And we'd like to acknowledge the representative of the group, Robbie Juan Laurel, is over here with us today. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
All right. So it's September 17, Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. in Manila. We are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel as well. My name is Isabel Nazareno. I'm from the Department of History, School of Social Sciences here in Ateneo de Manila University, and I will be your moderator this morning. So let me proceed quickly. So yes, please come in and take a seat. So our keynote speaker this morning is Felice Prudente Sta. He is an internationally awarded author of nonfiction and has been a cultural worker for over 5 decades. Her work in Philippine culinary history and culture has resulted in, among other books, The Governor General's Kitchen, Philippine Culinary Vignettes and Period Recipes, 1521 to 1935, The Foods of Jose Rizal, and more recently, Pigafetta's Philippine Picnic. He was commissioner of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, the Philippine Centennial Commission, and the UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines. In 2001, she received the first NCCA Dangal ng Haraya Lifetime Achievement Award and the prestigious Southeast Asian Right Award. She is a member of the Ayala Museum Board of Advisors as well. So ladies and gentlemen, to deliver our keynote speech for this morning, Modern Engagements of Philippine Culinary Culture 1900 to 1945 is Felice Prudente Sta. Please give her a warm welcome.
Okay. So we're going to give a bird's eye view of what can happen through engagements of different aspects of culture by looking at Philippine culinary culture. Right there. But a slight caveat for our very young researchers who are starting out. When one goes to primary Spanish colonial, American colonial material as primary data, when you start out, suddenly look at the material and you get upset. You get very mad because sometimes you find racial slurs. And I want you to know that you will find them, but that you must not be angry enough for it to color your judgment. Do not allow the prejudice. Are you hearing me? Do not allow the prejudice to be answered by prejudice. And I say this because I have been reading some research that has been published about Philippine culinary history, and I find that what is emphasized is the prejudice, which is there. But I'm hoping that perhaps today, for instance, we can see that maybe we should dig deeper and look at the totality of the situation with clear eyes, with bright eyes. And when I was younger, this is 50 years ago, when I was starting to read this material, I took solace in this quotation from Rizal. This is what he said: when Luna and Hidalgo won, there's gold and silver medals at the International Art Exposition in Madrid. Genius knows no country. And whenever you come across a racial slur in your primary data, just say to yourself, genius knows no country. And we have been proving all correct. So today, this is the template we will use that modern technology and mindset can team to build an educated public. This seems to be one way of looking at the American period and food, how food flowed in. Notice, establish a democracy, a cash economy, the export of food, sustaining public health through nutrition, safeguarding food security. So that's the template. And we will see intersections of Philippine food and foodways with public utilities, public education, and public science. This is the first part. You look at it right away and you say, oh, that's easy. It's how agricultural ingredients, it's how agricultural products, how food products, how they moved around the country, how that improved. Yes, that's very true. That is the point. That is the point. But as you can see, we should first look at, because I noticed this wasn't mentioned in Mary's keynote. So the period we're dealing with is not at all like the period today. So try very hard not to look at it from today's environment. Notice that we are 119 million people now. There were only about 7 million before. And then notice, 7 million with only 91% civilized. Okay? So again, this is the kind of material that you will read. There's a lot of the brown men, the yellow men, the white men. There's a lot of that in this early period. But don't let it upset you. Notice that there are only a few major towns, cities. These are where the export agriculture was important. These were the local port towns. And everything else was small. Look at that. Look how small their towns were. Less than 100,000 people. And whereas during the Spanish period, you had to have the town plaza complex. And that was because of the religious aspect of it. Everything happened there. The processions, everything. Even the mass flagellation was all in the center of town. But this is different. We're talking about a secular approach now to development, not a religious approach to development. And so we need civic centers. And whether it's a big municipality or a small municipality, but it's the center of this new kind of modern development, it has to now become the center of civic action, public schools, public medicine, adult education. All the roads must feed into and out of these major civic centers. And so we have a great number of roads and bridges being built during the American period, thousands of kilometers every year, accumulated over the colonial period. We have the trains now moving all the way up to the foothills of Baguio, and then you can take a car up to Baguio. You can get on the train and go all the way to Bicol now. Whereas during the Spanish period, it was really just from Manila heading up towards Dagupan and Tarlac. So there was this train that became important for moving people and moving goods. And the idea was to also get the train into the port so that again you have better commerce. But look what else happened. There was tourism all of a sudden. If you look at the Filipino journals from around, the 1910 period, starting around then, there are a lot of photographs of clubs, provincial club. And they take the cars, they pile into their cars, and they go sightseeing. They bring their food, but then they also buy their food wherever they go. This is domestic tourism starting. By 1938, we have international tourism starting here with the first Bureau of Philippine Tourism. So this is because of the roads, the motor cars, and the shipping. So we think of shipping as again moving the agricultural products around, continuing the coastal trade that moves food around the country, the archipelago, food that gets exported, but at the same time, it opened up this other realm for cuisine, for knowing who the Filipino is through the cuisine that the tourists ate when they came to the Philippines. And then we have the local boats, which are now bringing even Filipinos around, and suddenly they want to have the best food. They're competing. These local ships are competing to have the best food on board, especially the ones in Iloilo. There were several shipping lines there, and they competed to have the best breakfast. Now, again, the utilities, there will be talks on this. I'm going through quickly what I know will be discussed in detail later on by other panelists. So here are the utilities. The public water supply was, of course, important, and to have a pub, to be able to have water in a well or water coming out of your faucet. You know, this was sort of modern because the rest of the time you had to get your water in the nearby river. And then you had to bring all this water into your community. And you had to store your water in clay jars. So what could be the improvement? What would convince me as a non-believer in the new colonial government? What could convince me that maybe this colonial government was going to be better than the Spanish government? Well, things like clean water, accessible water, water that wouldn't give me cholera, sanitation, covered sewers. Manila had a sewage treatment. Baguio had a small sewage treatment. This is new. You have to understand. What we need to compare the early American period with the late Spanish period. We need to compare early modernism with late Belle Epoque. Okay, so this is where we're at. So then there was irrigation. There were scientists who came in. It's very interesting to read this American scientist, and he's saying, oh, you know, these places don't have water, that's why there's no harvest, we need to irrigate. So he says, okay, this is the master plan. They do it, and it works. The harvests increase. The problem, he says, we've run out of money. And now we cannot handle the river control. So when the fields get flooded, we don't know what to do. We have not yet been able to study it. And with all the recent flooding, I'm going, gosh, I wish you had studied it. Maybe we wouldn't be having what we're having now if you'd already started implementing your master plan. Anyway, so river control was not handled. So flooding was not handled. And you will see lots of photographs of Escaler, Taft Avenue, knee-deep in water, if not waist-high. Ice plants. Ice plants was so important because they also somehow signified what you didn't have before. You didn't have electricity. Suddenly you have electricity. Oh, they had electricity in Manila, but it was very limited. It was really for public spaces. And you, as a homeowner, you had to have your own arrangement with the electrical company to get your house electrified. So again, there was electrification coming in through the new government. That's another story that's worth several papers because it was very progressive. And I mention this because what we forget is, where do you get all the money to bring in your public water supply, your irrigation, your ice plants, your telephone? Where do you get that? When you think about it, it's either, do we have the money locally? Will the local investors invest in this new colonial government? Will the federal government give us money? Will the island government, the colonial island government, will they take money from their endowment from the federal government and put in electricity? Can we get foreign investment? Can we get Americans to come in and invest in any of this? Okay. So this is the situation. And it took a while before Filipinos who were investing in Europe at the time, because they didn't believe in the US, finally started to invest in things like electrification using hydropower, small plants, which allowed us to have the ice plant, for instance. And you see the ice plant there, and on the bottom you see the legislative building. And by 1940, there was a similar building for agriculture and commerce. So suddenly, oh, maybe they are serious about farming. Maybe they are serious about agriculture. Maybe they are serious about food sustainability. We've got a building as nice as the legislative building that says maybe it's important. Quickly, look at what happened. Public investment into modern infrastructure and utilities, port cities, created that. Note the dates. Note the dates. For groceries, wholesalers, restaurants, ice plants, the date 1920s to 1932. The dates are significant. There was growth. Modern, right? Modern. Also, for our food scientists, they never had this in the belly po. Freezing, refrigeration, quick freezing by bird's eye. This is 1930s already. Filipino food scientists thinking we can do the same with mango and pineapple, local fish, fruit. Just hold that in your mind, that there was this attempt to have the visuality of the modern in structures, in the Department of Agriculture building, in the different utilities. Okay. Now we quickly go to public education. What does this have to do with food? Circulation of food we talked about, and suddenly a tourism market for food. So this is what this will handle. And this is a little bit of a backgrounder that is seldom mentioned. That when the Americans got here, they were not an industrial power. They were industrializing. They wanted to become an industrial power. When you look at that, 60% of the US population was living on farms or rural area, which is why when you look at the boys in blue, the volunteers, many of them came from farming families. They were not from the cities. And 40% of a labor force in agriculture is significant. The rest, 60%, would have been in a combination of work. Industrial factory workers, military, academic, so a mix. So 40% still being in farming is very important. And what it also says is that the United States was used to trying to educate their own farmers, their own farming families. They were creating a recipe to improve the education for their farming family. Hold that again in your mind. And here we see, okay, Philippine population, 1903. There were two parts of the 1903 population that needed to be educated. There were people 10 years old and above, that 2,700,000 plus persons, they needed to be educated. And then there was that 29% of 9 years old and below that needed to be educated. Two groups. So think of that, not just one group. There were two groups. And then the Americans said, well, they don't all speak one language. They speak mother tongues, and only 9% speak Spanish. Okay, there we go. Whoops. When we're talking about formal public education, let's look, this is free public education, okay, run by the government, that is running in parallel with private education that was inherited from the Spanish period. Let's look at only the public school, free education. In 1903, for the first time, it was described and explained what was this curriculum going to be. And they said, okay, to place elements of an English education within the reach of every social class. This meant grades 1, 2, and 3 only. You start at 7 years old, so 7, 8, 9, and no more education likely. Then they go, you know, they're not getting enough education. Let's add a 4th grade to primary school. So now you have age 7, 8, 9, and 10. The 10-year-olders going into a 4th grade that will emphasize science studies being applied into the local everyday. Uh-oh. So they added grade 4, and look what what they did. They added 100 hours of what was called handicraft, but don't let that mislead you. What they meant was manufacturing. They wanted to add 100 hours of something related to manufacturing and factory work, except that the things we were manufacturing, we were not manufacturing with machines. We were still manufacturing by hand. Hats, mats, textile. All of this was still artisanal here. Thus, their science education became handicraft in the beginning. Only in the beginning, okay? That was for the boys, and then the girls took household arts. And at this point, the grade 1 that should have been 7 years old was sometimes 10 years old already. So you have overage students. The new grade 4 was actually an interpretation of industrial education. Industrial education became stronger, though, in intermediate grade, which means grades 5, 6, and 7, for children who are 11, 12, and 13 years old, and then they stop school. Okay? So for the intermediate school, for the boys, it was scientific agriculture. I mean, here you see stereotyping of genders, scientific agriculture, and the idea was to shift from tilling the soil by hand labor, and moving into machine farming, and from subsistence agriculture to commercial agriculture. That was the goal for the boys. And for the women, the term home economics emerged in 1899, but the subject of domestic science came in earlier, and the term home economics was considered brilliant. The zealots of domestic science said, here, home economics, these people can relate to. It's doing something scientific about the house. Okay? Doing something scientific about the house. Applying science to house, to homemaking. Notice in 1908, okay, look at the date. In 1904, 1905, they are embedding domestic science in the Philippines, and look at how active they are in the United States. These are women who need home economics in the United States for the American women. These are women lobbying in the United States for home economics and domestic science because the role of woman in the United States needs to be boosted. And they can boost their image with this. Because in those days, women were not really in the university program. They needed something for themselves. And they brought part of that here, the domestic science. They thought this was really a good idea to help women. So they had home economics research and teaching, note adult education, and note agricultural extension services. This was what the boys took for scientific agriculture, 4-H clubs, scouting, field trips, introduction to botany, agriculture. Remember, these are not yet teenagers, okay? This is intermediate grades. And look at what happened for domestic science in the Philippines. In bold letters, you see what to me is beautiful. American woman who had been a home economics teacher in Tuguegarao, she lived there, she was asked to make the first manual for teachers of domestic science in the Philippines. And look at that, what she wrote in bold. She figured it out, ladies. She figured out who the Filipino woman actually is. Very important. This is not the same as the American woman. It's the Filipino woman. And she says, boy, if we can really use this as our playground or as our model, domestic science can't get any better. The Filipino woman is going to be the most important power in Philippine governance. That's how it looked in 1919. Philippine Normal School was a high school. It specialized in teaching teachers to be, and it had a home economics department, domestic science. So notice it's the Kalan. The lady at the top, Alice Fuller, she's the one who pinpointed the woman power, Filipino woman power. And the lady at the bottom is Susie Butts. We'll get back to her. This is what domestic science was all about. Take a look. You would not have gotten this from your mother or your grandmother or your yaya. This is data that really comes out of science. They have to try and figure out how to package it for the Filipino student, age 11, 12, and 13. What did I say? 8, 10, 7, 8, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, package this for children that age. And they had to explain, and this was real science, that the enemy was invisible. The enemy to your good health, the enemy to your beauty, the enemy to good food was invisible. It was something called a germ. And this invisible enemy was on the floor. And if you swept it, it will fly. If you don't clean your table, it'll catch it. It'll get there, and everybody will be ill because of these invisible germs. Okay? This is part of what they were teaching boys and girls in domestic science and scientific agriculture. Okay, here, I just want to throw this in because it's sometimes forgotten that by 1915 is when it started. Mary Raceles put the date. And by 1923, only 1% of the teaching faculty was foreign. So Filipinos were now teaching Filipinos. Filipino graduates of domestic science, Filipino graduates of education were now teaching. They were the force. Okay? So you watch the shift that occurs. Initial modernization, modern ideas, if you want to call it that. And now by 1923, you've got Filipinos. What did they absorb? Did they absorb anything in the beginning? And what were they going to do with what they liked, what they didn't like, what they might have invented? Okay? Oh, this. I had to put this in. This is in one of my published works. If there's anybody looking for a research topic, this is it. I cannot help but feel that a lot of the criticism that has been coming out about Philippine domestic science during the colonial age has not looked into this. I found this, I stumbled into this, and I said, suffragism in the Philippines and domestic science development in the Philippines, same time. Same time. Leaders in education, domestic science graduates become suffragists. People who took home economics and were convinced about domestic science create Philippine Women's College, which was as nationalistic as you can get if you read about it. There is something in the way domestic science got embedded here, the modern idea of domestic science, and believe it or not, the modern woman. Call it the modern housekeeper if you want. Call it the modern mother. But there was something that changed here. Not the same as the US. And that's what needs to be researched. So we shift, okay? While all these kids are in school, while all these teachers are becoming domestic science majors, this is what's also happening in the environment. Recipe books for the first time. That manual of Fuller of 1911, tell me if I'm really going over time because I'm talking slowly. It had the most awful recipes. She had lived in Tuguegarao. She was working with the first set of Filipino domestic science graduates. But somehow the recipes didn't come out right. They came out with, for instance, a white sauce that was made with coconut milk. And I tried it. Don't bother cooking it. It's horrible. There were some other really terrible things. But they were trying. You could see they were trying. It was almost comical. And what they tried to bring into the recipes never embedded themselves in Filipino cooking. And they themselves knew it, which is why they had to come up with new textbooks. So we can't blame them. They blamed themselves and they tried to improve. Then I can't help but believe that because that 1911 textbook, or manual that became a textbook, was so terrible, I can't, in my imagination tells me, the anonymous person who put together the 1913 La Cocina Filipina, that person probably said, what are they teaching in school? Those recipes are not the way we eat in the Philippines. That's bad cooking. We don't eat like that. This is how we eat. La Cocina Filipina. This is the food in Manila. Eat this. Don't eat that stuff that they're teaching in that terrible 1911 textbook. It's awful. And then 1918, another cookbook comes out. And what makes this cookbook important is that the recipes are really province-based, they're Iloilo-based, and Batangas-based, and they add more recipes from a couple of other provinces. So suddenly, there's this sense of diversity. Food from different parts of the country are all Filipino food. And then this happens. This is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. In 1922, you remember the picture of that lady in the high-collared outfit? She was on the bottom of the slide, Susie Butts. She stayed on in the Philippines, and she became the editor of that housekeeping book that you see. And by that time, there were more Filipinos who had graduated and who were now familiar with making modern recipes. How many teaspoons, how many cups, how many half cups, and they were now translating Filipino cooking into formal recipes, and they kept the names, the native names of the food, and they put that into the textbook. So you were learning how to bake a birthday cake for a child, but at the same time, you were learning that there was such a thing as dinengdeng in one part of the country, there was tinola in another part, and sinigang in another part. You were developing your sense of the diversity that was unifying to become a Filipino. The identity of the Filipino through food. At the same time, another brilliant occurrence, this was in 1938, the other book, Mga Pagkain, that one is a cookbook that came out for adult education, which we'll end with, and no modern recipes. If you know how to cook, you look at that and you say, I can cook that. They say, oh, you boil the chicken and then you just add a handful of this, you throw in a few pinches of this, you slice and you throw it in. It's that kind of cooking for somebody who already knows how to cook. Again, there were recipes from different parts of the Philippines. And the recipe books helped the world know who we were. Suddenly we were incorporated into international cookbooks. One of the most important, and it took me ages to buy the book, to find the book, was that Congressional Cookbook. We would have originally come out, the cookbook that they usually have would be something like Arizona, Nevada, Philippine Islands. Thankfully, we weren't included in that. They decided instead to hang on to the Philippines. And finally, when it was clear that we were going to be our own republic, then we were included in this Congressional Cookbook, which is an international cooking edition. So there's Peru, Brazil, Philippines, those foods. And when there were world expositions and the Philippines was included, we were included. What else was going on? Special events like the Manila Carnival. So in 1924, the colorful poster, that's when Maria Rosa did her famous exhibit that introduced what you could do with Philippine fruits and vegetables following a scientific manner. It doesn't mean that we were not preserving fruits in syrup even before the Americans came. But for the first time, you could keep replicating that reproduction of fruits in syrup, each time always the same, because you had a recipe. So that was one of the differences. And she made many new products. And so look at that, 1927, her recipes were still being demonstrated. Oops. Well, the other slide that picture that I unfortunately quickly skipped just says that events were so popular for food and for sale of products like hats and mats and textiles that every province suddenly had to have its own provincial trade fair. And the government even had a boat, and the boat had an exhibit, and it went around during good weather. Okay, so that was another thing. It was so important. And then they started to have things like the first happy baby contest, the first healthy baby contest, okay, sponsored by the government. And then look at this. Every month had a theme. Try to figure out, because we're talking about food, okay? So try to see where the food comes in with these monthly themes. Some of them I highlighted. Personal health, food. Food demonstrations every April, all over the country. Big thing, everybody has food demonstrations. Okay? Cultivate every vacant lot because the idea was increase production. Clubs, they were very big on clubs. And don't laugh, it is exactly what Rizal wanted with La Liga Filipina. He felt that Filipinos were not used to dealing with each other in civic ways. We only could join religious sodalities. So we didn't know how to deal with each other in terms of business, in terms of retail, being retail trade and things like that. And here we go. Vegetable gardening in August. Look at that. November, fathers. Surely farmers would be part of that because they're farmers, fishers. And then December, mothers. Can you imagine what's happening to the mind? Every month, there's a theme. All of these things are covered by newspapers and magazines. There were now women's sections. There were now recipe sections. And these magazines were in different languages. They were in mother tongues, not just in English or not just in Spanish. By the way, that bibingka thing, the recipe, the ad on the bottom that says bibingka, it's an ad for butter. Put butter on your bibingka, and if you haven't done that yet, you're missing something because it is really good. Okay, backgrounder. Why were we now having these advertisements for imported goods? Read that because that is an important image. Notice that duties of Philippine exports into the US were tax-free up to a certain limit. So that's our abaca, our sugar, what else? Anyway. And there was a limit because the United States was producing some of that. Cuba had some, Puerto Rico had some. So the United States was trying to give quotas. But at the same time, there was that good trade, special trade relations with the Philippines. So the taxes were much lower. But read the next one. Read the bold face. Very important, you gotta know that. All US exports to the Philippines were duty-free and there was no limit. No quota. And the goods started to come in. Remember I said 1920s, 1930s in the beginning, they came in the 1920s after the end of World War I. Ay, how do I go back? No, back. There. So advertisements, modern advertising was part of the environment. They had 3 radio stations before the war. They had 2 in Manila and 1 in Cebu. They had, for food, some of these food retailers, they would buy time and they would have a regular show. And I remember one of them said, oh, you know, movie star so-and-so is going to appear on our show and she's going to tell you what recipe, she's going to give you the recipe for her favorite dish. They were doing that. Then there was another one that I found really funny. Henato Foods said, oh, you've got to listen to our radio show because we're going to have a real Italian. And that real Italian is going to give you a real Italian recipe. I mean, this is the golden age of home cooking in the Philippines, 1920s, 1930s. Look at that. You send in the box top, you get something. You send in a coupon, you get something free. This is already the orientation related to food. Okay? Demonstrations, bargains, sales for food and clothing, luxury goods. Now, hold all that data, and we get to public science. There was no public science during the time of the pre-war, during the pre-war period. This is something that comes out much later when stakeholders, you start talking about stakeholders, so we're talking more like I guess what, 1980s maybe? About 1980s. And in public science, you're after many publics, and you're looking at the publics that are underserved and usually under the radar. So so stakeholders would include people in prisons, the ones who are homeless, out of school youth, in other words. So public science meant that you wanted to get stakeholders into the creation of, strategies for sustainable development. You wanted their point of view to be the core. And from there, maybe there would be a sustainable strategy because it came from them. Okay? Hold that again in your mind because you will see that maybe there is a precursor to that. So, scientists, we hardly had any. That's one of the reasons for the pensionado system. Because a lot of times the pensionado system is described as a way to take the children of the rich families and keep them in the US so that their parents will be good. Maybe yes, maybe no. We had a problem. If we wanted to have a science-based development program, but we didn't have any scientists, where were we going to get the scientists? So we had to educate our own, and maybe we had to import some of the foreigners to come in and start us off. Okay? Maybe some of those who are guilty of racial slurs, but yes, we needed them here to help us get going. Okay? Anyway, take a look. That's how bad it was. And then by the 1920s, we had a larger core of Filipino scientists. There were a lot of doctors, and the doctors wanted a medical association, and then the other scientists said, you know, we should just all band together. All the scientists band together into a research council, and then we had the second International Science Conference here, huh? International Science Council, hosted in the Philippines, and suddenly we came up with this. Finally, a National Science Research Council. Look at the divisions, all related to food development, agriculture, and forestry, chemical and pharmaceutical services, engineering and industrial research, medical sciences. Those will help nutrition and food security. Where did the women go? Okay, there. There were women, finally. Women scientists, look at them. Is that it? Okay, I'm going to wind up. Anyway, look at that. Just so you know, the big problem was too much import of food. Look at what we were importing. Look at what we were importing. In the millions. Today, it would be astounding. So that's what we were importing. Here we go. And then, remember the 1911 was so bad off? But by 1937, look at the nutritious breakfast. Filipino food, right? So despite all those American imports, this was still our food. Next. This was the special breakfast. Special breakfast, eggs. Imported eggs. Unless you had your own poultry. Okay? Eggs gets in. Wasn't there before. And now you know why. Okay? So their adult education was for that other part of the population that was above the age of 10. This was for the illiterates, plus continuing learning, what we now call lifelong learning. This is the closest one could get to public science, to getting the community involved in improving itself, to let the parents of children in grade school learn what their children were learning and get a dose of supposedly modern and scientific improvement. This was also where they tried to explain that there was new legislation, we were going to have social justice efforts. It didn't help in Central Luzon. There was unrest. You can read about that. But the modern efforts pursued. They were promoting commercial production of these high value crop. And can you give me 5 instead of 3? The home beautification. Remember we said visuality is important? And suddenly you've got this legislature building, the ice plant, the agriculture building. What are you going to do in the rural area for visuality? The modern Bahay Kubo. All the materials are around you. You just need to build it yourself, DIY. And you could do this. And you could bring things above the ground so you don't have the germs, the hidden germs, the invisible germs. Okay? You can see this attempt. Okay, again, baseline food professions. Anyway, just so you see them. Next, food businesses. Because there were so few businesses, this is the variety. Okay, you add that. How do I go back? 1. Okay. This is important. This was the result. A modern idea. And when it first came out here, Filipinos themselves were saying, what? You're going to boycott? Is this to boycott the foreign? I said, no. This is to choose. Buy what is local. If it can be made here and it's good, buy from here. Buy from the Filipino sari-sari store vendor. I'm sorry if they're Chinese here. Don't buy from the Chinese retailer. We've got to develop the local Filipino retailer. Okay? And they said, you think that this is bad? Don't you know? The British are doing this. The Germans are doing this. You know who are the biggest supporters of national economic protectionism? The United States. Remember, quotas for the Filipino? No quota, tax-free goods. Remember, American goods can come into the Philippines tax-free with no quota. That is national economic protectionism. We were learning local goods. Star is a Filipino brand. First matches to ever be made in the Philippines. First stove to be made in the Philippines. And this is the end. Filipino food in cans. How modern can you get? For better or worse? And these were rations. These became military rations. These became goods that you could keep and that were used during World War II. There were, all the press was explaining how to use national foods, canned goods, when you cook. Instead of using American canned tuna, use Philippine canned bangus. You couldn't go wrong with bangus. It was cheaper to buy the can because you ate even the bones. You bought the one in the market, you threw away the bones. It's cheaper. It's easy to eat, ready to eat. Just open the can. So in conclusion, I think, I don't know, share with you, maybe one of the modern ideas that came out of this early American experience was that one, okay, food sciences, got Philippine canned goods. I think number 2 is very important. science was introduced into modern food literacy. Good, simple. Good health brings happiness. Health is a civic as well as an individual affair. Clean, healthful food. Eat vegetables. Don't carry diseases to the table. And lastly, public education, public science day. Nutrition is a civic responsibility. Eating correctly is a civic responsibility. Buying Filipino made is a civic responsibility. I think that idea is one of the positive things maybe we can take back. Racial prejudice not withstand. And with that, I leave that idea with you.
Uh, Thank you, Felice. No, it's okay. I think as we were looking through your slides, especially the visuals, I'm sure a lot of us can recognize certain parallels even with, uh, contemporary society. Yeah. So we now have time for some questions. For those who are here in the room, please just approach the microphone on either side. And then for those who are watching on YouTube or online, you can type your comments or questions in the chat box. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment. Uh, Speaker could react to it. I'm sure my good friend Jonathan Trua will signal to me when it's too winded. Number one is it's interesting that when people talk about food and the influence of the Philippines, the biggest influence, which is Chinese, is hardly spoken about or written about, and I think it's partly because it did not come as a colonial enterprise. So it has no documents, it has no structure to disseminate. Number one. Number two, because of what is happening globally at that time, due to the industrialization that is happening, one gets to understand the effectivity of the colonial enterprise of the Americans because they came with refrigeration, ice plants, and so forth. And up to now, our food prices are very high because we do not have refrigeration actually in most archipelagos. It is good to know that that did not happen, and it happened only in places like Baguio, which was the rest and recreation centers of the Americans. It is also good to note, I hope it's okay, that the Retail Act of the Philippines that prevented the Chinese Filipinos from engaging in the Retail Act, there are several recorded in newspapers suicides of people who could not earn a living because of that. But of course, some of the Chinese Filipinos at that time went to malls and so on, and became even bigger because of those laws. I think that is also very good to note down. In fact, home economics or domestic science is also criticized as part of the effectivity of the colonial enterprise. I hope it's also okay to point that out. And then lastly, as just a footnote, very small footnote, when I was a student here at the Ateneo in the 1980s, I was asked to represent in this show of Randy David on Public Forum. I was supposed to represent the Chinese Filipinos, and because there were anti-Chinese rallies happening at that time in Pampanga and so on. And interestingly, the one who's supposed to represent the militant side, the leftist side, or the patriotic side, I hesitate to use the word nationalism, was president of PUP, Felice Prudente, and two workers. And I was just amazed. They gave a very internationalist point of view, a very wide point of view. And Felice Prudente, in fact, said, we have to wonder why, as we are talking about the US bases being taken out of the Philippines, there are anti-Chinese demonstrations in Pampanga and Olongapo where there are US bases. So right now we are also in a clash between the United States and another upcoming superpower. And I honestly, as a Chinese Filipino, I've never encountered so much discussion among friends of the infection of the Chinese or the invasion of the Chinese. And so in connecting it to food, I remember that 1980s talk show wherein the Chinese Filipinos, represented by me and Teresita Angsi, or represented by the more patriotic side of the country, Prudente, and so on. It was food that was used as an example of the great integration and long history of the Chinese in the Philippines. Pasensya na ako, mahaba. Salamat po.
I don't know if you know it, but my father's doctoral dissertation in the 50s was to allow the People's Republic of China into the United Nations. That was his dissertation topic.
I just wanted to say I really have great admiration for your father, and that discussion with him, I never got to thank him, was very formative to me. Thank you very much.
And yes, the role of the Chinese in food is very important. And I think what it's been written about, it's been written out about a lot, and there's still more to be written about what happened to retail trade and why there was this very bad split between the Filipinos and the Chinese over the wholesale and retail trade. I think that needs to be worked through in a more congenial manner, because the Chinese here got a really bad deal. If you go through the records, they paid a higher tax, etc., than the Filipinos. And when in, 1750s, about that time, actually that was the beautiful time around then, because suddenly you've got a new tax category called the mestizo. And that mestizo class was the Chinese and Filipino integration into a family. And so now you can see that, are you going to be a Filipino or are you going to be a Chinese? And the mestizo was with the Filipino group. Okay? So again, you see this integration of the Filipino and the Filipino as Filipino, not as Sangley. Okay? And even in terms of food, you see what we have not been able to research. And it can be done. It can be done. Because if you look at the development of the restaurant business in the Philippines, moving from the Santa Cruz, Binondo area, where you have the pancitterias, you know, at some point, these pancitterias, they're not Chinese anymore. These are Filipinos. They're from that mestizo class. And they start opening up restaurants in Malate. They have a branch in Malate. They have a branch in Baguio. They have a branch, you know, I think that will help us. The food will help. Because this is food and services, food services. And that's one aspect that needs to be studied. It's not just how many pancits there are or how, no. The other one is the spread. The spread thanks to the Chinese community, okay? The spread of the bakeries. The Chinese were in control of the imported flour. And so you can see how if you're in control of the imported flour, you want to expand the market for what you can sell. And this has gone on even into the 1990s and the early part of this century, where in some remote areas, the first bakery is because of the Chinese-Filipino system, where you can buy your baking equipment in installment using the Chinese system. So it helps build a community and expand employment But this again has got to be researched. This has to be researched. It's very, very important. So I'm hoping that somebody will pick it up. Yeah. I'm glad you met my father. Any other questions?
Yes, thank you very much for your talk. I wonder if you can answer a question that's always puzzled me.
I'm going to try.
As a great fan of Filipino cuisine, why is it that there are so few Filipino restaurants abroad compared to other Southeast Asian? You almost never find one. So why is that?
Well, now that's beginning to change. Okay, that is beginning to change. And I think part of the reason that we didn't have a lot of Filipino restaurants before was because Filipino restaurateurs were catering to the Filipino market. They were providing the home cooking for Filipinos overseas who were not cooking at home or who wanted to go out and bring their friends to a Filipino restaurant, whether those friends be Filipinos or non-Filipinos, rather than cook in the houses. Because you live in the US, maybe the conditions are a little different for hosting large parties. But that has changed. One, because there are more Filipinos who have taken culinary studies, and the goal of every graduate is to have his or her own restaurant. And so we see more Filipinos opening up restaurants. They know how the business works. And they know they're not just catering to Filipinos. So what they've been doing in a lot of places is they integrate Filipino cuisine into Asian cuisine. Or they integrate Filipino cuisine into an international menu. And somehow, this allows their restaurant to earn, to stay in their community and become a fixture. I noticed that in California on one of my trips. And then now we have Filipino restaurants wherever there are Filipinos. So they're now all over the world. I mean, they're even in Finland, they're in Denmark, I think it's just the North Pole and South Pole where we don't have a Filipino restaurant. And the strange thing I'm finding out is that it's not just the Filipinos of this younger generation of restaurateurs. It's not just Filipinos who go to the Filipino restaurant. It's changing. It's now the local, it's like the friends, because these are what, like second, third generation Filipinos in a foreign country. They've now made friends. And I think this ability to socialize and be known as people who like people, who feed people, I think is drawing in the non-Filipinos into the Filipino restaurants. I think. Needs to be studied, but I think. So in answer to your question, now it's different. If you look at the list of Filipino restaurants around the world, there are far more than there ever were. They're in places where they never were. They're actually sustaining themselves. So again, I think it's because the population, the demographics has changed. Filipino integration into more communities has changed. And in some communities, the Filipino family was where the children in the high schools and elementary schools could go after class or after practicing their ball games things. They wouldn't go to the American family, the Caucasian family. They would go to the Filipino family because the Filipino family welcomed all these children, strange children, their children's classmates. They were allowed to just go into the house and they got fed. I think little by little that kind of Filipino custom might have won over community. I think. Because I find these patterns where I least expect them. It might be that. But I'm glad you're a Filipino fan, and I hope that you find restaurants wherever you go. You better feed him well while he's here. Well, the thing is now that there's been interest in Filipino food and it's in the international press, and then we finally got one Filipino restaurant with a Michelin star in Chicago. I mean, this is sort of changing the environment for Filipino food. Any other questions? Yeah, I will try again to answer.
Sorry, very
Hi.
short. Hi, I'm Sasha Wong from the History Department. I'm actually doing my thesis on food history right now.
Fantastic.
And I was actually it was a very interesting presentation. And you mentioned earlier how even by the 1930s, despite all the exports from America, all the concerted efforts to change the way we eat, our cuisine was largely, very resilient. So I wanted to ask, why do you think that is?
Why is Filipino food resilient? I honestly don't know. And the Filipino is very resilient in many ways, not just food. I'm not really answering your question, but I am trying to point out that there's this sense of diversity and this appreciation of it's not quite the same, but it's okay. For instance, one of the biggest challenges for heritage food advocates is what is heritage food? And when they go and use the word authentic, it becomes all the more complicated because what is authentic heritage food? And I have been trying to point out with my studies, based on written evidence, okay? I'm not using the anthro or the sociology, I'm using history. When you line up let's just, okay, adobo, let's say adobo. So you line up as many, you put in chronological sequence as many recipes of adobo as you can find. You're not going to find anything that's the same. And then you're going to find in that sequence that there are all these new variations on a theme that come out. Doesn't this sound familiar like now? So if it is a pattern for adobo, it's a pattern for ensaymada, it's a pattern for the way we do, we dance, it's the pattern for the way we make a Filipina terno. Uniformity doesn't suit the Filipino. I mean, like, haven't you tried it? I mean, you've seen in the military parade, they really try to make them like, like the other military where everybody's the same height, they move at the same pace. But if you watch it, it doesn't have the crispness. It doesn't have that exactitude. But there's nothing wrong with it. So maybe our anthropologists and our sociologists and our behavioral psychologists can pull together and just see what is it. My feeling is that our food is reflecting who we are. And it is that ability not to force the uniformity. Maybe that is our strength. And perhaps if we accept it, maybe from there we can create the genius that we want to share. Maybe.
Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, we're out of time.
I can have my coffee?
maybe if okay, so let me just conclude this morning session first. So first of all, thank you, Felice, for your time and for your thoughts on this topic, which I hope you will stick around for the rest of the day because the rest of our panels elaborate more on things that were touched on during this morning's keynote. Okay, so um, you're all invited, okay, to the first panel of today's conference, which is uh, panel our panel number 4, because this is already the second day of the conference, on food hygiene and the environment, which will take place in the same venue at 11 a.m. Okay, but in the meantime, I think all this talk about food has whetted our appetite. Okay, so it's time for a coffee break. We will resume in this room at 11 a.m. So thank you very much. And thank you, Felice. Let's give her a warm round of applause. on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel as well. So good morning once again. My name is Isa Nazareno. I'm from the Department of History, School of Social Sciences here in Ateneo, and I will be moderating this panel, which focuses on food, hygiene, and the environment. We have three speakers who will have 15 minutes for their presentations. After that, the audience online and on-site will have an opportunity to ask questions. For our viewers on YouTube, you may submit your questions via the chat box. So our first speaker for this panel is Niccolo Paolo Ludovice, a research assistant professor at the Division of Public Policy, Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. He completed his PhD in history at the University of Hong Kong and MA in history at the Ateneo de Manila University. His doctoral project investigated the history of animals in medicine and health in the 19th and 20th century Philippines. His research interests broadly cover global histories of environmental health and animal history, the history of science, technology, and medicine, with a focus on biomedicine, public health, and zoonosis, food history, and health environmental humanities, with the Philippines as his geographical focus. He is the recipient of the Wang Kongwu Prize for Research Postgraduate Students by the University of Hong Kong in 2022 and the prestigious Young Historians Prize in the same year by the NCCA, Republic of the Philippines. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ludovice.
Thank you so much. Hello and good morning to everyone. My name is Niccolo Ludovice, and it's actually good to be back on campus for so many years. Um, so for this morning, I will try to walang hirap sundan pala ni Doc Philly. For this morning, what I will try is to share some of my research on freezing technologies during the American colonial period, most specifically on the development or the creation of the insular cold storage and ice plant, and how it relates to urban health as well as some of its impacts or environmental considerations as far as the period is concerned. Okay. So I will be following this outline wherein I will try to discuss, first and foremost, like trying to tie together freezing technology as well as the empire, and then proceed with a brief history of the creation or of the making of the insular cold storage and ice plant, and then how this particular institution or this particular technology has been connected to the development or to the regeneration of urban health, especially in Manila during this particular period, and some of the environmental impacts that I have been describing earlier ago. And so the development of these freezing technologies is actually rooted with the this particular encounter between locally sourced foods or locally cultivated foods versus imported food. And this is one that is encountered because of the experience of migration, the fitness of food as a result of this encounter with migration, the connectedness of food to home, meaning to say with this encounter of familiarity, as well as the negotiations of the new, okay, the new foods. And like most of us here, okay, like most of us here who have been traveling and who have tried to settle elsewhere, it's actually quite, it's a quite a new experience to be in a place wherein food as a point of encounter, it's actually quite different, and you're not actually used to the food that is actually there. And one is actually looking into ways into getting to have that sense of familiarity, sense of home. Okay, in other words, and how do you make sense of this home and adapt to this new home with the new sources that are available? And so freezing technologies actually allow for the combination of two values, both the familiar as well as the adaptation to this new environment. Wherein freezing technologies actually underscore, first and foremost, the movement of people and their food, as well as the participation in modern science and their role in establishing the empire. And so my discussion, my presentation is actually not so much into siguro not siguro in terms of refrigeration or on the more domestic level, but more of how does it create a particular ecology in the process. And later, I will try to connect these, especially when it comes to health, because um, one of the reasons why freezing technologies were, such as the cold storage, were actually created under the American auspices was because of their concern for health. It was actually found for them that food, okay, that is locally sourced, locally grown, the vegetables that the Filipinos would be eating, the kind of meat that was actually being raised in livestock, they were not suitable, quote unquote, for the American military. And so for this, for them to be able to sustain their stay in the Philippines, they had two large options. They have two big options. Both are very costly. You have a continuous steamer ship, refrigerated ships in and out coming from Australia or from the United States. Okay? And you have on the other end the construction of an institution or a utility wherein one can have a continuous supply of imported goods and from there it would be a source of distribution from Manila all the way to the different provinces and to the different military bases. Again, both options are costly, but um, one one is one is looking towards sustainability as far as decisions are concerned. And so even foreigners, even the expatriate community, such as that of Camp Galdonsi, would be describing her experience that yes, sure, locally sourced food is actually available in the Philippines. That I am forever being told that anything and everything will grow and flourish here, which is so aggravating when all the fresh food to be procured is miserable. Is miserable. Poultry, fish, and eggplants, tomatoes, you would not look at in England, and costly bananas. So may reklamo, food is available, but it's not to anyone's standard, especially for her. Rice and potatoes from China, live cattle from China, or frozen meat from Australia, and everything else under the sun in tins from London or America. Okay, and so later on, you would be hearing so many complaints, even from the expatriates, that they would be seeing, okay, that the Philippines is actually, it has food, yes, but it does not necessarily mean that it's fit for such consumption. And so the insular cold storage and ice plant, okay, was completed on June 13, 1901. And in fact, Upon the arrival of the American military and the first governor general at the time, it was decided actually to construct not the legislative building, not the post office, the first institution or the first structure to be created or built in Manila by the Americans was actually the ice plant, the insular cold storage and ice plant. And so this was considered as one of the most extensive and most complete cold storage facilities in the world, and it was built along the Pasig River, the city's main waterway, and occupied the whole space between two bridges. And the facility had the frontage of 320 feet from the principal street on Plaza Loton and an equal river frontage that enabled supplies to be loaded and unloaded directly from barges and lighters upon the river. And so this would be the template, the pattern of a lot of the ice plants all over the Philippines, not just in Manila, but all over the Philippines, wherein the cold storage, and this is, I want to emphasize that the duality of cold storage and ice plant is actually together, no? Because it serves as both a space for preservation, for refrigeration, as well as the production of ice in the Philippines. Okay, so they would be built along rivers. Okay, they will be built along sources of water, and there is a particular good reason for that later on. In its completion in 1901, it actually commanded, it actually commanded the riverbed, and it's actually one of the most imposing structures of early American colonial years. In fact, Fred Atkinson, in his work, The Philippine Islands, noted that the most imposing structure in the city, if it must be confessed, is the government ice plant, which, although not a thing of particular beauty, it is a real blessing. I mean, you can see it from the frontage itself that it has a huge, imposing frontage, and at the same time a tall chimney that would be the output for ammonia vapors later on. And so this insular cold storage and ice plant held up to 428,000 cubic feet of cold storage and produced 1,200 or more tons of ice per month, okay, capacity-wise. But in actual use, it's actually the American military, which was the exclusive use of the insular cold storage was actually designated only for the military. Only a fourth of this capacity was used every month. And so by 1904, it was already seeing that this massive infrastructure that cost a lot of money, okay, needed to turn out profit, okay, and so the production of ice, okay, the distribution of ice was soon open to the public after that in 1904 in order to maximize the production of number one, of cold storage space as well as that of ice. Okay, the effects were actually massive. Okay, as far as urban health is concerned, we would be seeing here that cold storage of imported meat, dairy products, and vegetables for military and the expatriate community actually have they have experienced, okay, the influx of new dairy products, the influx of meat coming from Australia, as well as that from the United States and from London. But most importantly, here we would be seeing that new kinds of meat are being introduced also in the Philippines as well, such as lamb and other kinds of other meat. The distribution of ice to residents and the acquisition of what they call as ice boxes would also be witnessed at this stage, as seen in the advertisements on the screen. One of the more important elements and one of the more important consequences of this ice plant was its connection with the hospitals, and because of its linkage with the hospitals, it was able to supply ice for the serum and vaccine production, as well as able to distribute, okay, these vaccines, especially the rinderpest vaccine, the cholera vaccine, as well as the rabies vaccine between Manila and all the way to the provinces. Another important impact in terms of urban health would be the supplication of ice to preserve milk and vaccine to hospitals for infants and the convalescent adults. Okay, the technical maintenance of cold storage units of the Philippine General Hospital was actually quite important because it was actually the engineers of the insular cold storage and ice plant that help in maintaining, okay, the cold storage facilities of PGH. And so and later on that they have seen how it was actually relevant to preserve corpses in San Lazaro Hospital, especially during autopsies. Urban health was also quite prominent in terms of, in promoting, okay, the use of these freezing technologies as necessary in health protection through the use of refrigerators and the consumption of ice as a way to combat spoilage of food and of the body. But when one thinks of, does everybody have access to, to refrigeration? Actually, not all, because it will depend on whether they have access to electricity as well. And so if we want to map out, okay, the ecology of the cold storage unit, we would be also mapping out the resources that are connected in making sure that the supplication of ice and the provision of cold storage would be possible. And so a lot of these advertisements were actually sponsored or targeted, sponsored by the electric company, by Meralco, Manila Electric Company. But at the same time, it was also targeted to those who have capacity to afford electricity. However, despite coal's effectiveness in generating the necessary power to prevent, spoilage, it consumed enormous amounts of resources and produced significant waste. The test revealed that the cold storage and ice plant consumed an average of 18,700 kilograms of coal daily, requiring 107,000 kilograms of water to ensure refrigerator functionality. This process generated about 1,000 kilograms of ash that was actually being steamed out of the ice plant. And so when one would think about, okay, when one would think about technology is equivalent to progress. Okay, this is something that I think we have to be, to consider. Technology does not automatically equal to to benefits. Okay, in fact, one has to think about what are we compromising along the way with the introduction of new technologies. With refrigerants also in the form of ammonia, for instance, it was actually being dispensed through the environment. And I would like to end with two, very, very quick, okay, cases that we have that I have discovered along the process of how this cold storage, okay, had a huge impact, especially to the communities, especially those to the citizenry. In the Iloilo Ice and Cold Storage Company versus the Municipal Council of Iloilo in 1913, a decision was made against those who have been operating and contesting about the public utility, the public welfare, okay, that is attached to these ice plants, and says the quantity of smoke discharged from the smokestacks of said factory is so great and so dense that it penetrates into the dwelling houses situated near it and causes great annoyance to the residents and prejudice to their health. And although And this is something that I have discovered more recently and I think very interesting. What if the technology breaks down? What happens when it introduces decay? And so with food inside the ice plants, with food inside the cold storage facilities, it also attracted wildlife. It also attracts pests in the form of rodents. And so here, in one case, it says that U.S. Lines Company versus San Miguel Brewery, which eventually bought the Insular Company, it said that evidence of rat bites, gnawings, as well as several pieces of rat excrement in the food provisions, for which reasons he told the captain of the vessel to throw the provisions out of the sea because they were contaminated, no longer fit for consumption. Employees of the rodent control section of the Bureau of Quarantine were ordered by its director to catch the rats in respondents' cold storage plant, and in 3 weeks, a total of 66 rats were caught by these government employees within the cold storage unit. And so we think now and challenge the notion of whether technologies, modern technologies, quote unquote, are actually of benefit. What are we actually compromising? What are we actually giving up in the end? And so the pursuit of preservation entails an elaborate network that privileges certain forms of health, okay, along the process. Thank you so much and have a wonderful morning.
Thank you for such an interesting presentation. Gives us a lot of food for thought. Okay, our next presenter is Erik Akpedonu, who teaches art appreciation and Philippine colonial art and architecture at the Department of Fine Arts of Ateneo de Manila University. He obtained his master's degree in architecture at Lipa University of Applied Sciences in Germany, and as a research associate of the Ateneo Institute of Philippine Culture, he has been conducting extensive surveys of historic Filipino architecture. As an expert heritage consultant for the NCCA and the Intramuros Administration, he has been advising government agencies, NGOs, and private companies in the Philippines on matters of heritage preservation, history, reconstruction, and urbanism. He has published extensively on heritage, culture, urbanism, architecture, and related topics, and is co-author with Dr. Serena Saloma Akpedonu of Casa Boholana Vintage Houses of Bohol, and with Dr. Fernando Zialceta of Endangered Splendor, Manila's Architectural Heritage, 1571 to 1960, Volume 1. Please welcome Erik Akpedonu.
Okay, this seems to be working. Yeah, hello, good morning, everyone. Without much ado, we shall talk about the fundamental change that the arrival of the Americans had with regards to funerary practices here in the Philippines. In fact, a change that is still going on today. Okay, you can skip this. First of all, what is hygiene? So this lecture is all about hygiene. And when we go back to the 19th century, we'll see that the 19th century was actually obsessed with the idea of hygiene. It wasn't only about medical hygiene, which really made a breakthrough in the 19th century. It was also personal hygiene. Washing became omnipresent. It had been totally absent before. Public hygiene became important. Social hygiene even, and believe it or not, even racial hygiene were highly discussed in the 19th century. This was necessitated by the situation at the time. Industrialization was taking hold. Cities were incredibly polluted in the West. Paris, London, very different from how we know them today. They were filthy, polluted, overcrowded. Same in the US. So when the Americans came to the Philippines, they basically set on to export their version of hygiene to the Philippines. The Philippines, and especially Manila, was to become an American model colony, showing the advanced stage of civilization and technology of the Americans in the tropics. So the Philippines was basically undergoing tutelage by Uncle Sam, as we can see here, on the school bank, together with Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Hawaii, that had recently been acquired by the Americans as well. We cannot talk about the massive social transformation that took place with the American arrival without first talking about the City Beautiful movement. You may have heard about this before. It's a movement that emerged in the late 19th century and was based on the idea, actually, how do I go back? There's a slide missing here. How do I go back? Slides back. Okay, this one. It is based on the idea that architecture and urban planning can shape society. That depending on how you design a city, you can actually improve the moral character of society. One slide back, please. I think the slides are moving, they should not. Maybe if I can ask you to handle this rather than, because it always goes back, I'm not doing anything here. One slide back, please. We'll stay here. Next slide. Okay. So the idea that beauty can actually elevate the moral character of the citizens. No? So the industrial cities were polluted, they were dirty, they were chaotic, overcrowded, and the City Beautiful movement basically said, well, if we provide the people with beauty, with monumental buildings, with sculpture, with beautiful architecture, with parks, with boulevards, with public parks, then they will become better citizens. And that's the way to combat, I don't know why this is always moving, to combat social crimes, to combat criminality, drug abuse, prostitution, alcoholism, drug abuse, you name it, just by exposing people to beauty. Previous slide. Please disanimate it if that can be done. I never animated it. We really go slide by slide, and I will just ask you to. Okay, let's have a short break until we have this fixed. No, I need a slide. So basically, until we get this fixed, maybe a few words more about City Beautiful. We can see this being done in places like Washington. It was done in San Francisco, in New York, in Canberra, in New Delhi. And one of the most important examples is Manila itself. Because when the Americans took over, they transformed Manila into a tropical model city, a showcase of American urban planning, and building places like the government center that we still have today, the legislative building, Rojas Boulevard, public parks were planned, all of this based on the plan, the Manila Plan of Burnham that was drawn in 1905, which was supposed to make Manila actually the most beautiful city in the Orient, in the tropics. As Burnham famously said, the Philippines, or Manila, has it all. They have the bay, they have the sunset, they have the canal, they have the tropical climate. Manila has the potential to be the most beautiful city in the world. So, social planning to improve the moral character of the people. We'll move on, next slide. The idea of the City Beautiful movement was introduced in 1893 during the World Exhibition, Columbian World Fair held in Chicago. And this was basically a showcase of how the City Beautiful looks like. A neoclassical architecture, public sculpture, public parks. Here we have Daniel Burnham, who came here and designed Manila along the lines of the City Beautiful movement. The purpose was to inspire awe and respect for the US colonial state, to foster a sense of nationalism among Filipinos, and to elevate the moral, social, and hygienic standards of the Filipino people. Next slide. So here we have the Burnham Plan. I'm sure you have seen it before. I'll not elaborate much on it. Take note of the circle on the left side, the necropolis that we will be talking about later, La Loma and Cementerio del Norte. Next slide. Hygiene was at the forefront, both in aesthetic as well as in practical matters. So one of the first things the Americans did was to drain the moat of Intramuros, which they saw as a breeding ground for malaria, and also to fill in low-lying land in Ermita and Malate to get rid of malaria. Next slide. Here we see the newly established fire brigade in action. Actually, they're not extinguishing the fire, but rather they're burning down a cholera-infested district, the Farola district, in order to eliminate cholera. So measures were rather drastic compared to the Spanish times. Next slide. Important decongestion of the city, promotion of suburbanization, promoting of public transport in order to decongest the city and therefore make it healthier for the general public. Next slide. This was accompanied by a massive propaganda effort through art, public sculpture, education, like here on Jones Bridge, sculptures that depict the American colonial administration as benevolent, trying to eradicate disease against an often resentful native population, and therefore bringing progress and hygiene to what the Americans considered an extraordinary filthy city. The purpose was not only to elevate the hygienic standards of the Filipinos, but more importantly, to actually protect the white man from the tropical diseases and contagious diseases that they felt were widespread in the Philippines. This is not without cause. Cholera was endemic in the late 19th century, and it was highly deadly. There was an outbreak in the 19th century whereby almost 20,000 inhabitants of Manila out of 200,000 died. So it was really a very common and dangerous disease. Next slide. So the Americans set out to establish standards of hygiene. Next slide. So model sanitary barrios based on sanitary alignment and drainage canalization. They introduced standardized model toilets. They introduced public bathhouses. They had, of course, public hospitals, and most importantly, public cemeteries were overhauled completely. Next slide. When the Americans arrived, there were a lot of inner city cemeteries that were all closed down, and all of the bones were transferred to newly established public cemeteries, most famously Manila South and Manila North. Next slide. By the way, what you are seeing here is what we know today as Remedios Circle. Remedios Circle in Malate actually was initially a cemetery. That's why it's circular. Next slide. So here's one of the newly established cemeteries, Manila North. Next slide. In order to understand how radical the transformation was, we have to see how actually it was before the arrival of the Americans. In the 16th to 18th century, people were buried inside the church if they were wealthy and famous, or ordinary citizens would be buried around the church. So this is, as you can imagine, was rather unhygienic, but it also had a very strong social stratification. The rich inside, the poor outside the church. Next slide. This changed in the 19th century when, for health reasons, public cemeteries were established outside the city centers. We know some of them like Taco Park, La Loma. Next slide. The Campo Santo. So this was something that originated in Europe sanitary reform, and you now have those burial walls for the wealthy. The poor would be buried in the ground. Next slide. The last funerary rites would likewise take place not in a public church anymore, but in the so-called mortuary chapel. Next slide, which is located in the cemetery itself. Here we have an insight. Next slide. Next slide. There's a picture missing here. Yeah, there it is. Cemeteries in those days were actually graveyards, depositories of the dead people. And the main purpose was to remind everyone that life is short, that it is grim. So you have all those symbols of death. No? Memento mori, remember death. You everywhere see skeletons, the sky, the hourglass, skulls and bones, symbols of death everywhere. So the cemetery of the 19th century was more hygienic, but it was definitely grisly and not a nice place to be. Next slide. This changed in the 19th century when a new garden cemetery type was introduced, known as the garden cemetery. This was developed in France. In the 19th century, the population had increased dramatically. The medieval cemeteries could no longer cope with all the dead. And mass burials became the norm. The interment cycles were reduced, and the result was catastrophic. Next slide. Catastrophic conditions, cemeteries overcrowded, the corpses couldn't decompose properly anymore. Half-buried bodies, bones, dead bodies, skulls lying around everywhere. Gases, obnoxious. It was terrible. Next slide. So conditions came to stop when the largest cemetery of Paris, Les Innocents, became hopelessly filled up that it had to be closed down. So this gives you an idea how cemeteries looked like until the garden cemetery was introduced. No, they were bare, they were terrible places to be, no green, no beauty, bones, skulls, death everywhere. And of course, in the middle of densely populated districts. Next slide. And this is where the garden cemetery came in, 19th century France, completely new, located outside the city walls, far from any residential district, similar to a country park, and influenced by English landscape architecture. Basically a landscape that looks naturally, but it's actually heavily curated. So it's a combination of art and the natural environment. And the purpose is to create a meditative and reflective mood, encouraging visitation and promenade. Next slide. So here is an example. This is one of the earliest. This is La Paire in Paris. Next slide. So the first cemeteries were in France, La Paire, Lachaise in Paris, then later Highgate in London, Italy, Campoverano, 1837. In the US, this new cemetery was Mount Auburn in Massachusetts. Spain followed rather late in 1877 with the Almudena Cemetery. So those public cemeteries were actually the forerunners of our public parks. They were meant to be pleasant, to be beautiful, to be an escape from the crowded industrial cities. Next slide. Those public cemeteries had three important characteristics. The first one, they were public, built and planned by municipal governments. That meant the role of the church was significantly diminished. It was open to all denominations. That meant that the burials became more secular, more individual, and more private and personalized. Next slide. So mass burials were abandoned. All burials were now individual and enabled individual commemoration. And importantly, the plots could be now privately owned or leased long-term, and that meant you could start actually building monuments on the plot. During the Spanish time, the interment period was only 3 to 5 years, and then the bones would be thrown into some kind of ossuary. But this type of cemetery means you could stay there, in fact, for hundreds of years. Next slide. Thirdly, those cemeteries were primarily handled by the middle class. So it erased traditional boundaries between upper class and middle class by now opening the cemetery to the newly emerged wealthy class of entrepreneurs, of businessmen. To quote, in the churches, only the aristocracy had been allowed any sort of monument, but the nouveau riche, who were prospering in an expanding economy, recognized in the commemorative monument a means to validate their success and to establish the family reputation in the larger society. Next slide. This kind of cemetery was enthusiastically embraced by the Filipinos, by the Ilustrado class, but also by the wealthy businessmen. Remember, those were people who were wealthy, but during the Spanish time had been denied any form of political participation. And also the way burial was done during the Spanish time did not allow them to in any way show their wealth, because this class was known to be ostentatious, to be liking, enjoying to show, to flaunt their wealth to visitors, to relatives, to society. But the Spanish burial practices made this impossible. Now with the garden cemetery, they could show their wealth, their influence, their newly found political power, because the American colonial administration opened up positions of power to them. Next slide. So the shift is profound, not only in how people are buried, but also in how we see them. Before the reforms, the body was mistreated, mass graves. Now it is dignified individual burials, and death, which previously was ugly, terrible, scary, now became the beautiful death. Next slide. Based on a cult of death that elaborated belief in an immortal soul, belief in everlasting life, and the idea that the deaf are only temporarily separated from the living and will soon be reunited with them in the afterlife. Respect and love rather than mistreatment of the dead. So the cemetery is more like a therapeutic site for the living. Next slide. As the saying famously goes, the cemeteries are really for the living, where they can provide a site for commemoration and mourning, but also a historical and public record of this commemoration. Next slide. So the graveyard becomes the cemetery, derived from the Greek word for to sleep or sleeping place. So all gone are the grisly symbols of death, like the skite, the skull, the hourglass, the danse macabre, replaced with angels, putties, saints, and symbols of everlasting life, faith, and resurrection. Next slide. In this role, we also see the emergence of funerary parlors, which emerged at that time, that prepared the body, the beautiful body, for a beautiful funeral, preparing for decoration, embalming, a beautiful coffin that had to go with it, flowers, not least, by the way, to camouflage the smell of decomposition, and of course, memorial chapels. Like here we see the Funeraria Paz, the first Philippine mortuary chapel built in 1900, followed by the Funeraria Nacional in 1905. Next slide. This goes hand in hand with the hygienic treatment of the body by the new colonial administration. Now, the Americans prescribed metal gaskets or coffins in order to prevent the spread of communicable diseases like cholera in particular. All coffins must be sealed and liquid tight so that nothing emanates from it that could spread disease outside. And no more burials without a coffin. They are now mandatory. Alternatively, if you cannot afford an expensive coffin, the municipal government will cremate your body for free. This is primarily for the poor. This is something not very popular in Catholic Philippines at that time, but sometimes people had no choice. The practice was actually banned by the Catholic Church until Vatican II in the 1960s. Next slide. Other rules, no burials at night allowed anymore to make sure that colonial supervision and rules are followed. Minimum burial depth, 6 feet to prevent contagion. And likewise, walls have to be kept clean and disinfected regularly, all in the name of maintaining hygiene and to contain the spread of disease. And most importantly, to establish a public morgue in order to identify, trace, and monitor contagious diseases such as typhus and cholera. And here already we see the government laboratories in Ermita, the need to connect burial with scientific research in order to contain the spread of deadly diseases. Next slide. So here we have the most important public cemetery opened up by the American administration. Next slide. This is the Manila North Cemetery. So this became necessary because all the inner city cemeteries were closed between 1900 and 1919 for health reasons. Now it's in the center, but when it was built, it was actually at the fringes of Manila. This is non-denominational, and it was designed by John Mahan, the superintendent for public health during the American era. So this is a showcase of a modern, green, and spacious garden city, in line with the American model colony in the tropics and the City Beautiful movement. 54 hectares, and this is the preferred resting place of the Manila elite during the American era. Central layout, you have a central boulevard running north-south, and then you have a peripheral road along the edges, and then these are connected by various streets. So this invites promenading and visitation. Next slide. Okay. Importantly, this also was connected to a plant nursery, which provided decorative plants not only for the cemetery, but actually for all public parks in Manila. Next slide. So this is where the elite now finally had a place to establish their importance and their role in society. So this was picked up. Monuments, mausoleums were erected, preferably in the neoclassical style, because this one is associated with democracy, with republicanism, with the sophistication of the antiquity, Roman and Greek tradition, and therefore the preferred style for politicians, statesmen, and academicians. Next slide. Also very popular, the neo-Gothical style, associated with medieval mysticism, heaven-orientedness. So you have those small mausoleums, basically cathedrals en miniature. Next slide. You have exotic tombs like those based on Egyptian funeral practice, like here the Toison Mausoleum in the shape of a pyramid with all kinds of pagan Egyptian symbols inside, something that would have been totally unthinkable during the Spanish Catholic controlled era. Next slide. Or then finally, Art Deco, a very innovative and exotic style from the 1920s to the 1930s. And here one of the most famous monuments, the Niccolo Bautista pylon. Next slide. So to sum it up, the Americans introduced and established dedicated hygiene-focused offices, which still exist today, like the Bureau of Health. They very successfully eradicated endemic diseases, especially the cholera. They totally overhauled and modernized Filipino funeral practices and architecture. The perception of death and afterlife that they introduced is still very much alive today. This is how we see cemeteries even now in 2024. and it was enthusiastically adapted by the Filipinos, although it did create a new divide between the rich and the poor, between ostentatious display and utter destitution on the other end. Sometimes this architecture was adapted to the Filipino environment, especially with regards to Chinese influences, and generally it led to the evolution of a unique Filipino funeral culture that is very uncommon in the rest of Southeast Asia. Manila is very special in that regard. So a profound success and with lasting impact up to our modern times. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eric. So, an argument for not burying bodies in our backyard. Okay. So, from hygiene when it comes to food to burial, we now go to our last speaker in the panel, Dr. Roberto Martin Galang. He is the Dean of the John Gokongwei School of Management here in Ateneo and was formerly a senior private sector specialist for the World Bank Group. At the World Bank and at the International Finance Corporation, his responsibilities revolved around projects to foster competition, enhance productivity, improve business regulations, facilitate trade, and promote innovation in support of private sector development in countries like the Philippines, Timor-Leste, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Papua New Guinea. Prior to joining the World Bank Group, Robbie was an assistant professor of business strategy at Ateneo de Manila University and the Asian Institute of Management, where he conducted research on the impact of government institutional inefficiencies on firm performances. His work has been published in the Journal of Management Studies, Journal of World Business, Journal of International Business and Business Studies, and Business and Society. He used to teach Philippine history and communications research also here at Ateneo. So, welcome, Dr. Gara.
So thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone, and we would like to present today an origin story. So this is like Iron Man and Captain America, before they became Avengers, because I think what's unheralded, unfortunately, is that as we are very much today inundated by the American multinational enterprise. What people don't realize is that many of these US firms internationalize, particularly through the Philippines. And the story of the Philippines is perhaps a great illustration of how Procter & Gamble, Del Monte became the grand global empires that they are today. So the story of the multinational enterprise is substantially intertwined with the story of colonialism. But the original story is actually not very pleasant, because the original MNEs, so to speak, were really the colonizers themselves. So you're talking about the Dutch East India Company or the British East India Company, that they were not just companies, they were conquerors, right? So that's why MNEs, especially in the 80s and 70s, were really seen as a very evil force, and for pretty much valid reasons, because even though eventually the governments took over, let's say Indonesia and India, in essence, many of the companies followed suit. So you have companies like Dole and Coca-Cola, which followed basically where the Americans went. So as the Americans dug up the Panama Canal, hello Coca-Cola, right? And so the Philippines, of course, being a colony, was also one of the first expansion places. And many times these colonial expansion programs did not end well. So for example, I don't know if you've heard the story of the United Fruit Company. This was an American empire, that a company that grew especially in Jamaica, Costa Rica, etc. And they grew bananas, but they became so big that they basically started toppling government. They started, getting rid of politicians they didn't like, asked help from the CIA to, get rid of dictators, create dictators. And so the story of the Banana Republic is really this kind of evil enterprise, like United Fruit, which is now known for Chiquita Bananas. So where does the Philippines play its role? So the Philippines in the 1890s was primarily a backwater, no? Because we were part of a grand Spanish colony, but by the 1890s had really gone nowhere. No, they've lost the Americas. But even in the grandest time of the America, so the Spanish period, the Philippines was like this small remote corner. No, we were not like Mexico or the grand Inca Empire of Peru, where the Spanish really sought to extract silver and all sorts of different riches. We were just this place where you sent the priests that didn't want to go anywhere, or where the soldiers that, anyway, you know the drill, right? And plus, we were also the one step removed from the lucrative spice trade. No, the Spice Islands were south of the Philippines. There were not much spices here because the few spices that grew here, the natives destroyed because they saw what happened in the Moluccas. No? And then finally, so in essence, for the most part, we were an entrepot, really becoming this hub for trade for the Chinese, Indian, and the Americans. No, I mean, American continent. And although by the 1850s, we started exporting agriculture. So we did have multinationals before the U.S. colonial period, but they were the parang second team. They're not the Avengers, right? They're just like these small, pointless superheroes. No? So you had a number of them, like Kerr and Company. There was a British trading house because we by then were now exporting mostly to the UK, who had by then become one of the largest and richest countries in the world. And so you also had the foreign bank, Standard Chartered, HSBC. They were one of the first multinationals that came here. Why were they here? Because you needed to fund the trade that was being carried on primarily by the British. No? And yes, there were some Spanish, so to speak, investments here, but they were mostly investments not by Spanish companies, but by Spaniards who actually ended up somehow in the Philippines. No? So the largest companies by the time the Americans came were Incausti and Compañía, which started shipping, again, no, foreign trade. And of course, Compañía General de Tabacos de Filipinas, no, which was basically the offshoot of the tobacco monopoly. Again, these were really Filipino companies that started growing globally. So by the, let's say, the 1915, no, Incausti and Company had operations in Hong Kong, in the US, Spain, no? Same with Tabacalera, no? Tabacalera by then had there. Just as an aside, no, because I'm also a member of the Industrial Heritage, I forget, conference, no, in the Philippines, no. So in fact, we actually underappreciate the industrial heritage that we still have in the Philippines. No? So for example, that house in white, that's Care and Company's actual office in Iloilo, it's still standing. HSBC's old Binondo building from 1919 is still in Binondo. It's now a nice cafe. The ECO, or Incausti's original office in Iloilo, is now the Philippine Economic History Museum. And then finally, that building down there is actually in Barcelona, right? It still says Tabacos de Filipinas. It's actually very cool to see it because unfortunately the Tabacalera buildings in Manila were actually destroyed by the war. So at least we can still appreciate the economic history of the Philippines with some of the buildings that still stand. All right. So enter the United States. Yes. So by the time they came in, they were now the largest economy in the world, no, bigger than China. It was also, after the British, our second largest export market. And by then, probably you could argue that it was also the most technologically advanced country in the world, no? And of course, they had many companies. Many of these are still familiar to you, but mostly they were domestic. The U.S. mainland was so big that why go abroad, right? And unlike Spanish colonialism, where the foreign policy was driven mainly by the church, no, the Dominicans, the Augustinians, the Jesuits, and the Recollects, right? But this time, the colonial force was not what's no longer the religious orders, no, but it's now these guys, Singer, IBM. So in fact, if you look at the growth of Manila, for example, a lot of the first foreign projects of these companies actually transpired here. So Coca-Cola has been bottling here since I think 1912. IBM built the Manila clock, the tower that I think it still tells time up to today, no? And of course, Singer sewing machines. Goodyear had a large rubber plant in Basilan. So, but today we will talk about two of them, no? Sorry, Del Monte and sorry, can you move me back? Sorry, finish now. All right, so back, all the way. earlier. All right. So when the Americans eventually landed in the Philippines, no, they actually faced the Filipino forces, no, and so the whole bloody nature of the war, literally bloody nature of the war, forced the government to rethink its policy because the war in itself was very controversial, to say the least. And so, plus the fact that we fought back made them realize that this country is not an expansion of the U.S. No, it's not like Hawaii, they just had taken over in 1898. No, this was very different. Plus, if you remember Felice's slide earlier, there were about 8 million of us in the 1900s. I mean, do they really want all these brownies coming into the US, especially during the time of heightened racism? So in essence, they had to figure out what to do with this crazy colony that was fighting back, that wanted independence, and also a place where they didn't want to take on all these natives. No, in fact, they were, I think, more Filipinos at that time than maybe no. I think there's slightly more African Americans in the U.S. at that time, but the Filipinos at 8 million people would have, tremendously increased their population of colored people. So in essence, they created something different. We were now an unincorporated territory, no? Somewhere where the U.S. Constitution doesn't hold, but yet it's somewhere part of the U.S. So in fact, all of these declarations of the Philippines not being a permanent expansion area started, of course, with the Jones Act. No? So in essence, while we were a colony, it was an area where Filipino politicians had more sway on domestic policy making. So now what do the American companies do? So the Philippine Packing Corporation was the Philippine subsidiary of the California Packing Corporation, which created Del Monte. So the story of Del Monte is that they would start acquiring, they were a cannery based in California, but they would start acquiring assets, especially pineapple assets, in Hawaii. Hawaii at that point was an American incorporated territory, which meant that at some point it would become a US state. But eventually they ran out of space there and they had to find a space to grow. Enter the Philippines. Now they realized that all these large tracts of land in Luzon and eventually where they landed in Bukidnon was a great place to grow pineapple. But the problem is that instead of just now having to deal with the US government or the Hawaiian, government, which is still part of the US, the native Hawaiians had been, excluded. They're not, you don't have to deal with any of them. But in the Philippines, you had to deal with not just the US government, but actually the Filipinos who were slowly becoming more and more powerful, right? So in essence, they had to negotiate first with Government General Gilmore to get their land. And because of this limit of 1024 hectares that were set by the Philippine government, again, these are land limits that don't exist in Hawaii nor in the rest of the US, they had to be more creative in dealing not just with the Governor General, but also the local people so that they could get around this restriction. So in essence, they started growing a lot of really solid governance, political skills so that they not only were able to get 1,024 hectares of land, but they actually got thousands and thousands more of this through more creative land leases, through more creative dealings, and through more creative befriending of the mayors. So finally, in 1925, they started to grow pineapples. By 1930, they had to build the whole infrastructure around it. No? Because remember, it was also a time of food technology growth. So you're not just creating fresh fruits, but for you to sell that to the United States, where the market was, you had to can it, right? And so they created, which was the first integrated plantation and food production company in the Philippines, where you not only had pineapple growing, you had canneries, and then you had hospitals, you had schools, you had homes, because no one was living there, literally, in the Bukidnon area where they grew these pineapples. All right. Come 1935, Commonwealth era, Constitution would happen, suddenly they were no longer a local company. Because eventually, as the Constitution would hit, all these restrictions about who was Filipino, who was a foreigner, started to grow, right? And so they now had to become even more creative, not just, again, dealing with an exiting US government, but now with a new government, especially Manuel Quezon, who was becoming more economically nationalist. No? So even the story that was mentioned by Felice today, the Economic Protectionism Association, you could see the growth of Philippine protectionism as time went on, right? So especially after independence in 1946, with increasing currency controls and tariffs, they now had to be limited by what they could do in the Philippines. So in 1950, Del Monte had no choice but to localize its products. They would serve vinegar, tomato sauce, fruit cocktail. And for the first time, can you imagine, they'd been here for practically 30 years by that time, right? They would only open their first sales office in Intramuros in the 1950s. So in essence, Del Monte went from a resource extracting firm that was just selling pineapples to the US, but they now had become this political animal that not just sold canned pineapple to the US, but now had to work and localize their operation so that they could also sell and make money locally, right? And so many of these innovations really happened here, no? Particularly, this is the Philippines where Del Monte basically learned how to work for governments, use CSR, like being nice, become a good corporate citizen, and that's how they got Quezon to really befriend them so that they could then use the National Development Corporation to run their large land leases that they needed, something they could not do basically because they were now no longer a local company, but now an American company. This, of course, this had a tremendous impact here. You know, we are now the third largest producer of pineapple globally. We love pineapple juice. And again, what we eat is canned, not fresh pineapple. Huh? We love Del Monte. And we now are these crazy enough to put pineapple everywhere. Pizza, fruit salad, chicken, burger, pineapple. We love pineapple, right? Etc. So there's another origin story that we want to talk about. No? It's a story of Procter & Gamble in the Philippines. No? So Procter & Gamble has a slightly different story, but many of the things seem to be similar. No? So P&G started off just like in Chowste & Company. No? It was an American company, not an American company in the sense of it was headquartered in the US, but it was started by two Americans who who saw all the coconut oil here, saw all the changes in hygiene and said, why not manufacture soap locally and sell locally? Right? And eventually they would expand their product line. They would create vegetable shortening and as well as margarine, right? And so that really became their growth products. No? So in 1919, when they launched their vegetable shortening, this is basically something you exchange for oil. No? They call it Purico, using a Spanish Tagalog mix, right? Pure and Rico. But when they launched their margarine, again, our culture had transformed by the 1930s, they would call it Star. So that's why all of you are tall today because of this magical product called Star Margarine, right? So again, what you can see is not just the changing technologies of the time, but really how food marketing was actually evolving as growth happened. No? And this is when it would become Procter & Gamble. In the 1930s, P&G, the largest US soap manufacturer, would started to see the world as a big market. And they started to they acquired their first asset in Asia, which is the Philippine Manufacturing Corporation, right? And so at that point, they were still a local company. We were still a colony. But after independence, things had to change. So in essence, again, what happened? Tariff controls, currency controls, and importation become more difficult. So what did P&G do? It actually had to launch two products locally. The first would be Perla, a Labada soap you still maybe use. It basically was a laundry soap. But again, look, it's very local now, right? It's particularly designed for the Philippine market, but it really looks like Ivory soap, which is the original P&G brand. It's pure, it's hyperallergenic, but it's made from coconut oil. They also had to localize products that they could easily import before. So in essence, they would build their first plant to create soap, forced to do that because of new tariff barriers. And they would call this soap Kamay, even though it's actually called Kame, right? Because Kame doesn't make sense, but Kamay, hands up, right? And so part of the change in the operations of P&G was that as Filipino consumers and consumerism changed, they also had to change operation. So in the 1950s, that's when they started to set up local advertising, local brand management, local soap operas, even singing contests. No? So what was once the Purico Amateur Hour, this famous radio show, would eventually become Taog ng Tanghalan, the most famous singing contest that there is in the country, which still exists today in Showtime, which is actually going on right now. Ta-da! All right. So and also they started to the marketing became more and more localized. No? So in essence, Procter & Gamble learned to be a multinational because of all the things that they did here, right? They realized that you have to deal with tariffs, currency controls, and most importantly, all of their brand management innovations, they had to physically localize. So in fact, they would only open their overseas division in 1948, and it's only in the 70s and 80s where they would start expanding to Japan, Australia, Hong Kong, Indonesia, etc. Right? And of course, for the Philippines, it changed our hygiene. We became taller. Sorry, back here. Sorry. Malapit na. All right. So impact of the Philippines, as mentioned by other speakers, no, they helped change the hygiene and diet practices of the country. No, they helped grow the manufacturing industry. They created new industries. No, TV, soap operas, singing contests. That's all thanks to Procter and Gamble, right? And of course, the beauty of Procter and Gamble, and many of you might apply there, is that people who do a lot of good brand management, many of them actually were former employees of P&G. So just to conclude, no. So in essence, historians have already talked about food technology developments from this period, no, canning, packaging, refrigeration, and of course fueled by American innovations in production, marketing, and brand management. This is really the story of how the world was transformed, right? Based whether you talk about hygiene or diets, right? But what we want to show with this presentation is there's a flip side to this, right? Because the Philippines played a very important role in how US companies learn. Because you don't just learn to be a multinational by going abroad, right? There's a lot of learning by doing. There's a lot of organizational learning. There's a lot of movement from the headquarters to the subsidiary, right? So if you can tell the story of PMC and Philpac, no, and how they became Del Monte and Procter and Gamble, right? That will really give you an insight of how American multinationals grew. And we hope, of course, that this could become a roadmap for Filipino companies. Think of how Jollibee expands globally. They go where the Filipinos are because it's easier to learn from them. And then finally, of course, just to finish the story, is that in 2005, the Del Monte Foods Corporation was actually bought by San Miguel Corporation and the Campos family. No, in fact, today SMC has sold off its rights, and Del Monte Foods is actually now owned by NutriAsia. So where's the headquarters of Del Monte Foods? It's in BGC. Let's look for the building with the pineapple at the bottom. So thank you very much. Thank you for attending my TED Talk.
Yeah, I'll just comment. The three talks were excellent. I just like to give a very important footnote to what Dean Robbie presented. Number one is that I think just 3 weeks ago, I think the campus head of Del Monte has actually said that the 2.3 billion loan that they have to buy Del Monte is unsustainable. So in fact, they are losing money and they are going to lose their shirt. So when they bought this with SMC formerly around early 2000, in fact, the declaration was it was the Empire Strikes Back. The Filipino acquires an American company. But they realize now that I think they were pulled into thinking that the world loves pineapple. And I think they realize it's maybe just the Philippines. And number one. Number two, they overbought at a very, very high price. It's not sustainable. So the money that they gathered from selling Datu Puti, Papa Ketchup, and so on is going to lose in this investment. And of course, the history of the company could go on. But I think it's already a foregone conclusion that the colonial masters won again. Thank you.
So this is a question for Sir Erik, actually. And taking into account the Filipino identity as religious, Catholic during the time of the American colonial period, how was their reception of the implementation of these cemeteries and these new changes in funeral practices?
Yeah, as I mentioned, it was very well received, especially by the elite. Of course, Catholicism didn't cease to exist. Those practices were incorporated, but now there was a chance to portray, to manifest, even beyond death, the role of the family. No? If you go to North Cemetery, you have all those elaborate mausoleums with the family name visibly inscribed. No? This is a testimony to, yes, now we are somebody. Now we can display our wealth, our influence beyond death to the larger society. It was very, very popular. And you can see all those monuments only came up after 1900, no? Only after the arrival of the Americans and the arrival of the garden cemetery actually enabled the building of ostentatious mausoleums. It must be added at this point in time that already 19th century visitors to the Philippines always noted that this ruling class, no, the mestizos, were prone to ostentatious display, no? Conspicuous consumption. You could see it in their houses, you could see it in the fiestas, the parties they were throwing, but you couldn't see it in burial because it simply wasn't allowed. And this made it possible to expand this conspicuous consumption of the elite even in the cemetery.
Actually, to follow up on that point, in regards to being religious Catholic, because you mentioned in your talk that they had to exhume bodies from existing cemeteries, and religiously, that's not an okay thing to do. So I'm wondering if the implementation of these things and the way that they went about it, was there backlash from the religious community during by implementing these?
This is something I haven't researched to the detail, but as far as I know, I don't think there was any backlash, not that I'm aware of. Actually, the exhumation of dead bodies was very common during the Spanish period. No? Normally, you could lease a grave or a vault for 3 years, maybe 5 years. You could extend the lease, of course, if you could pay, but usually after, let's say, 5, 10, 15 years, normally the lease would come to an end. No? So those burial vaults that you see in Paco or in La Loma would actually be emptied. The bones would be collected. The burial on the ground would be exhumed, and the bones would all be thrown into a mass grave ossuary. So it was very common practice. I don't think there was any backlash.
Thank you so much for.
This is a question to Sir Eric. You were talking about like the hygiene issues with regard to the cemeteries here in the Philippines. Like I was doing some research over the like a few years ago. Like what around the 1900s, like cholera was epidemics. So you had a bunch of epidemics in New York and in San Francisco, and it was looked at primarily as a class issue or a race issue with regard to like the one in San Francisco being looked at as a Chinese disease or the one in New York being looked as a disease of the poor. Were there similar discourses present with cholera in the Philippines around that time of the 1900s during the American administration?
Absolutely, yes. And the reason is that in the 19th century, the world was looking at the at social issues from a racial perspective. We see things nowadays from a social perspective. We say, okay, it's a class thing. Those people are, that may be a bit crude, they are dirty, they are barbaric because they are low class, they are poor, they are whatever. In the 1900s, it was common to use the perspective of racism. They are backwards because they are colored, because they are black, because they are Asian. No? You have to not forget the 1900s was the high time of racism. It was a notion that we despise today, but which was perfectly normal at that time. So yes, it was definitely seen through the racial lens, associating with race what actually should have been viewed in terms of social standing, social class, and environment. Would that answer the question? Thank you.
Niccolo, I just wondered whether there's any association with the ice factory in France with changing going back to the theme talk today, Keynote, with cuisine. I mean, ice cream parlors. Did you get ice cream parlors coming up, and how does that sort of evolve?
Thank you for that. Actually, the early ice cream parlors introduced by, for example, the Clark stores at the turn of by 1910s. It was initially provided with technology from the insular cold storage, and then eventually the introduction of more as technology becomes more cheaper in the process, it allowed for the importation of the machinery themselves, thus waning from the dependence on the insular cold storage and ice plant. And so you have new companies cropping out throughout the city. For example, the Philippine cold stores, for instance, that would be supplying, a more private way for for refrigeration. You have also Clarks who also imported direct from the US technology such as the Laverne refrigerators that are well known during. It was actually more efficient even than the ones produced by the food store. In other words, the in, this ecosystem of freezing technology was made possible because of certain resources and the cheapening of the technology. By the turn of by the 1930s, more affluent households afford refrigerate, but as by uh, by Robbie earlier, the canned goods were still favored because of that disparity of the class. But just to answer your question, that particular connection, the cheapening technologies as well as the diffusion of um, technology from the US, it allowed for the rise of the early parliament. Halo-halo was actually not an introduction from the US, but more of from the Japanese community already existing in the Philippines. Yeah. Especially the shaved ice concept is actually more of an introduction not of the Americans, but of the Japanese. And you can see that semblance. I think it has been written many times. You can see the semblance in Japan, in the East Asian trifecta. You can see the influences of shaved ice as dessert being introduced also in the Philippines. So hindi lang ice cream. It's not just the ice cream that was the form of dessert, but also the shaved ice later on. Thus utilizing fruits, local fruits, yeah, pineapples definitely, but actually because actually kasi the nature of pineapples and ice actually is not technically savory. 'Di ba? Kasi nagka-clash because it clashes It clashes the taste, and there's a certain tanginess that comes with the pineapples when it comes into contact with water. And so that's why you have the kaong, the beans as the primary ingredients for your halo-halo. And even for milk that binds everything together.
All right. So on that note of halo-halo, I think let us thank our speakers in this panel, Niccolo, Erik, and Robbie, for such interesting presentation. So I hope it allows us to think more about hygiene in its many forms. Okay. So we invite you to the next panel taking place this afternoon. Panel 5 is on mobility and transportation, which will happen here in this venue at 2 p.m. When we will resume. So thank you everyone for your presence and have a pleasant day.
Recording stopped. and come in, and we will begin in 1 to 2 minutes. Conference hosted by the School of Humanities and the School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University and funded by the Juan Laurel donation to the School of Humanities. It's September 17, Tuesday, 2 p.m. in Manila, and we are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel. Okay, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for being here. Okay, I am Neville Manawis of the Department of History of the School of Social Sciences, Ateneo de Manila University, and I will be the moderator of this panel for this afternoon. Panel 5 is on mobility and transportation. We have 3 speakers who will each be given 15 to 20 minutes to present their papers. After that, the audience online and on-site will have the opportunity to ask questions. Okay, for our viewers in YouTube, you may submit your questions via our chat box. Okay, let's go and start with our first speaker. Patricia Irene Dacudao is chair and the assistant professor at the Department of History at Ateneo de Manila University. Her recent publication, Abaca Frontier, the Socioeconomic and Cultural Transformation of Davao, 1898 to 1941, by the Ateneo de Manila University Press 2023, received the Outstanding Scholarly Work Award in the School of Social Sciences in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Dacudao.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you for attending our panel. Let's begin. Good afternoon. And let me show you 2 excerpts from 1931. Dwight Davis, Governor General's report, 1931, talking about the lack of public roads in Davao versus the length of private roads built. And in 1939, there's the Tribune newspaper talking about Davao's modern transportation system, brand new and very cheap to cater to the working class people, the majority who were in workers in the abaca plantations of Davao. The United States colonized the Philippines in the late 19th century, in between the invention of the automobile in Europe and the ensuing mass production in America by Henry Ford in 1903. Historian Adas wrote about American imperialism in the Philippines as an engineering project, while Hugh Gill studied how federal funded roads and car ownership in the United States created an automobile way of life. When the Americans came to Davao, it was still mostly wilderness, a landscape that evoked the continental frontier of the American West. As such, American administrators thought Davao was a frontier that can be shaped by American institutions such as road and transportation. This paper posits, however, that in American colonial Davao, the automobile way of life was adopted with a twist. Rather than private car ownership, public transportation on roads made by private enterprise became the way of life. Using archival sources, this paper interrogates the roles that government and private enterprise played in the construction of roads in Davao Province and examines the creation of a pioneering mass transit system on a Philippine frontier. In November 1901, Professor James Young of Wharton School felt the burden of expectations upon the acquisition of a newly won colony against a century-old heritage of American-style progress. He wrote the Bureau of Insular Affairs in Washington, D.C. to express his fear that we in this country are expecting too rapid progress in the Philippines, while the Filipinos on their part are expecting too much from us. He then wrote how to go about achieving such progress in the best way possible, through road building. He noted that all other aspects of progressive development, education, tax revenues, peace and order, and self-government follow from this important first step in opening up a frontier. The new colonizers differed from the Spaniards on the importance they placed on road building. Benefiting from the technological improvements of the Industrial Revolution, the United States developed the colonial territory on land, while Spain was mostly maritime. The American colonial government in the Philippines was influenced by the Good Roads movement occurring at the same time in the United States. During the first decade of American rule, the Manila Automobile Club, whose work was lobbying legislation for automobile use, had as its honorary president, Governor General William Cameron Forbes. And Sergio Osmeña, one of the legislative leaders, was honorary vice president. In 1915, in a magazine interview in Washington, General Frank McIntyre, Bureau of Insular Affairs chief, indicated that good roads was one of the measures of progress in the Philippines. For the Moro Province, that's the government in Davao, road building efforts proved a combination of military logistical necessity in the early years of occupation and a private enterprise initiative and requirement in subsequent years. Davao was a district of the Moro Province. That's the political military administration that governed the western and southeastern part of Mindanao Island. Army soldiers were put to work right away when they arrived in Davao in 1899. Captain Birchfield of the 31st U.S. Volunteers, the first group of soldiers stationed in Davao, recalled that their work was not with rifles but with picks and shovels. We had to build roads. There were none. When the American soldiers came ashore from launches and into the town center, Davao had not 1 foot of roadway over which a wagon could be taken outside of the town streets. There was only a total of 8 palm tree-lined streets, 4 on each side, intersecting with each other to form a grid, about a kilometer from the center of the town. So you could see the center of the town. Trails were constructed first with the intention of converting them into roads later. In the town of Davao, between 1901 and 1903, the military had built 3 wagon trails coming from the direction of the Matina target range over here. That's in the east, Santa Ana Pier on the west, and the Agdao residences in the northwest that converge with the existing dirt roads in the town center. Soon, the jungles and the beaches of the wider province were being transformed by picks and shovels to build paths and trails along the coast, which connected the Spanish-era settlements of Malalag, Santa Cruz, Digos in the southwest, and Sigaboy and Mati in the east. They were all connected to Davao Town at the center. The U.S. military relied on a combination of steam, launches, and wagon trails for effective patrolling and communication in Davao province because of a deeply indented coastline, including the San Agustin Peninsula that separated the Pacific coast from the Davao Gulf Coast. To connect the old towns of the Pacific coast with the new capital town of Davao, situated on the Gulf, the military had to construct trails over coral and sand beaches and through dense jungle. This Army report highlights the difficulties of traveling from the Pacific coast towns of Mati, Caraga, and Baganga, the one in the green area. And the quote is from their Army logbook saying that a number of men had sore feet and swollen ankles due to their recent march because there was no road and they had to cut through the beach, high tide, it could not be traveled, and there was rock all over. So the road workers had to cut their way through large forests, clear the stumps and snags to create wagon paths. Where numerous streams ran, they put small culverts to them to create an uninterrupted roadway. The soldiers did the first diggings in 1899 with equipment shipped all the way from the US. And after establishing contact with local peoples, the soldiers assumed supervisory roles over an indigenous labor force in the vicinity of where the roads were being constructed. The different tribes of Davao, as well as Visayan settlers, worked together to construct the roadways. Areas where wagon paths were built were divided into road districts, and a local resident was deputized as a road supervisor, tasked with the upkeep of the road in each district. This practice of deputizing a road supervisor to maintain the roads, initiated by the Army in Mindanao, was adopted in the regular provinces in 1909 under William Cameron Forbes. The expansion of the town's area through the forceful road building activity of the U.S. Army made a lasting impression upon the leading inhabitants of Davao. When they learned that Captain Hunter Liggett was to be transferred, the Municipal Council of Davao petitioned military headquarters in Zamboanga to retain Liggett in Davao, enlisting the opening of the roads as one of the principal reasons why they wanted the captain to remain. The members of the Municipal Council comprised of tribal leaders, Christian settlers, and Muslim datus. And they place road construction, the formation of the Municipal Council, and the impartial organization of the tribes as the accomplishment that endeared Liggett to them. However, as the task grew larger with a need to develop more roads within towns, U.S. Army road building efforts were stymied by lack of suitable workers. By 1903, laborers for road building became scarce due to the competing demand for workers to develop the plantations being opened up. Because of the impossibility of obtaining labor at any reasonable price, by the end of 1903, the Army discontinued its activity on building trails in Davao. Public road building projects diminished after the transfer of the Moro Province administration to civilian rule in 1913. In most parts of Mindanao, the construction of new roads came to a halt when the American military left, and some roads reverted to jungle as they were practically destroyed through neglect, as one report quoted. After nearly a decade of negligence, government road building efforts in Mindanao revived in the 1920s when Leonard Wood, a former military governor of Mindanao, became Governor General of the Philippines. However, the pace of government road work could no longer keep up with the plantation developments in Davao by that time, because plantations became the chief road builders of the province. By 1930, plantation roads were better constructed and maintained. Like we had a quote here, 50 kilometers of first-class public roads versus 250 kilometers of first-class private roads, which are plantation roads. So maintenance of the plantations were done through tolls. The plantations got their money from tolls. So you can have now a connected network of roads in the interior. This photo only shows the public roads, but in the interior were a lot of roads crisscrossing that were done, constructed, and maintained by the plantations. So you have a motorized frontier by the 1930s. Now about the toll system. The toll system was necessary because it enabled the plantations to maintain the roads for their upkeep. And the roads were mostly unpaved and they become soft during rainy season, so it needed constant repairs and maintenance. And this expense was included in their plantation operation, so there's really a budget for it. And many plantations in Davao do not want to use the waterways because the water, the rivers in Davao were shallow, and sometimes there were also very rapid currents. So they would rather do and use the roads through their trucks. No, they use trucks to go through the roadways, and those trucks usually paid the tolls. So adjoining plantations. So if a truck goes to 3 plantations from the interior to the coast to deliver their abaca for shipping outside of Davao, so they have to pay 3 tolls, no, to these different plantations. And aside from the trucks, it's also the public utility vehicles that use their toll roads. So this is one example of a truck and a automobile that I found in old photos. Now let's go to public transportation. The public utility vehicle, or PU for short, was a distinctive public transportation system that began in 1915. And it provided mobility for carless inhabitants on the vast frontier province. Take note, the inhabitants were mostly majority workers. So this PU was a registered service operated by individuals who owned a car, and they made it their business to ferry passengers. They had low rates and pick up passengers along the way and charge each customer according to the distance traveled. So they preferred, the usual PU was a Ford car, which was lightweight and had less wear and tear on the roads because it's lightweight. Remember, the roads were not asphalted or cemented. And there was one Public Service Commission ruling because the PU actually organized to ask the Public Service Commission not to charge on a different type of charging system, no? And basically the Public Service Commission noted that Davao was different from all the other parts of the Philippines. So on account of the special conditions existing in Davao, the generally small financial resources of its people, and the fact that alternative service does not serve all places accessible to motor traffic, particularly over private roads through which buses are not allowed or permitted to pass, and there being more private roads than public roads, the PUs were allowed to charge according to the distance traveled. This victory testified to the significance of the PU as a singular public transport service in Davao, catering mostly to working men and women. Davao had the largest number of vehicle registrations in the country in 1927 at 234 automobiles, and Manila only had 159. Manila was second in the list. PU transport popularly reached its peak in 1930 with 400 vehicles officially registered. However, bus companies and non-registered colorums, as they were called, provided stiff competition to the PU operators. So competition, along with the wear and tear of units, decreased registered PU numbers in Davao to 180 by 1933. In 1931, another means of transportation became available to the general public in the form of the Davao Autobus Company. Founded by an all-Filipino group of investors, Davao Autobus was meant to provide bus services to various points in Davao through a route with a fixed schedule using buses. Because they were heavier and caused more wear and tear to the roads, the buses could not pass through certain streets in Davao town, nor could they enter private plantations. So customers using buses had to walk to their destinations if they lived on the plantations. Consequently, the PU operators continued to enjoy the patronage of plantation workers, while buses catered to a different but growing market, the urban dwellers who commuted between the growing town centers. Davao Autobus Company had a difficult time in its first year because its undercapitalized state only afforded buses in decrepit condition, and at the same time, it met opposition from the well-established PU. So difficult conditions during its first year, as well as financial troubles, resulted in receivership and a change of management for the bus company. By 1933, the situation of the riding public in Davao had become dire. The decrease in the number of aging PU cars, the rundown fleet, and limited routes of Davao Autobus, as well as the rapid increase of the population, caused a transportation crisis. Workers complained that PU operators had retired many automobiles from service while offering no replacement. The scarcity of PU units severely inconvenienced commuters. Only two-thirds of the car were in service, they said, with a quarter of these working vehicles entering the repair shops daily, while around 60 drivers no longer worked their rounds in 1933. Furthermore, passengers were concerned for their safety due to the poor state of the PU cars in operation. A related safety concern was overloading, commonly practiced by the PU, in violation of Philippine automobile law. So motor transport was so integral to the lives of Davao residents that it affected the conduct of business. There was one provincial sheriff who testified that he often wasted time standing on the road waiting for a bus or a PU that had extra space for him. His work suffered as a result of the delay as he often could not complete his daily tasks. The commuting public complained that PU drivers had become smug due to the lack of vehicles, becoming choosy of who to take into their cars. Even if they had a mandate to take in passengers without fixed routes, PU drivers were selective with passengers whose destinations ran counter to the direction of the majority riders in the car. At the height of the transportation crisis, a group of Filipino, Spanish, and Lebanese residents of Davao formed Blue Star Transportation Company in 1934. It operated within Davao Poblacion and included streets that had heavier buses could not enter. Blue Star differentiated its service by specializing within Davao Poblacion, the town, while the PU served the outlying plantations. Blue Star's entry into the public transport business injected much-needed competition among Davao's service providers that consequently benefited the riding public. Competition ensured that Davao public transportation rates were among the lowest in the country. Based on rumors that Blue Star planned to offer a minimum rate of 2 centavos per section to compete against the existing minimum of 10 centavos per kilometer, PO operators lowered their passenger rates even without authority from the Public Service Commission. Eventually, the commission allowed Blue Star the prevailing rate of 10 cents per passenger, while the old and rickety PU charged as low as 5 centavos per kilometer on certain routes. The riding population of Davao enjoyed newer public vehicles when Blue Star introduced the latest Willy 77 AC model in 1934. That's what I found in the internet of that vintage model. Soon afterward, the Davao Autobus Company, under new management, replaced its dilapidated buses with new ones, and by 1939 boasted a regular check-up regimen by mechanics in their modern bus station. By the late 1930s, Davao's modern public transportation service held its own merits in comparison with other cities in the country. This is the first slide I showed you. So, in conclusion, in this unique history of Davao transportation, we saw public intentions and private necessities exist side by side. Colonial administration was conscious of the need to build roads to fulfill its civilizing mandate, while private plantations needed to build roads for their own economic and practical needs of transporting goods and peoples across vast distances. So road building had a profound effect on Davao province and its people as the first major infrastructure project that local inhabitants participated in. Roads influenced the inhabitants' way of life and their choice of transportation. The ever-present roads crisscrossing Davao province became symbols of mobility. Roads represented not just geographic mobility, but economic and social mobility as well. It was for most people of Davao a path to a better way of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dacudao. Okay. Now we're going to move to our second presenter. Okay, our next speaker is Michael Di Pante. He is an associate professor at the Department of History, Ateneo de Manila University, and chief editor of the Journal of Philippine Studies, Historical and Ethnographic Viewpoints. He is also the author of A Capital City at the Margins, Quezon City and Urbanization in the 20th Century Philippines, Ateneo de Manila University Press and Kyoto University Press 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now listen to Dr. Michael Pante.
Maraming salamat, Neville, and good afternoon to everyone. It's a good thing that Dr. Dacudao presented before me, since she talked about the impact of transport motorization in Davao. Well, I'll be doing the same. It's just that I'll be looking at Manila as a different geographical location, and I will be looking at the impact of motorization vis-a-vis the context of American colonialism in its ideological sense, how the motorization of transportation was not just conceived in terms of improvements in physical mobility, but in terms of creating a new sense of being a, let's say, a Filipino, a consumer, a laborer, etc. And so I want to begin by presenting to you the main arguments that I want to show in this presentation. That one, there were major changes in the urban transportation system of Manila in the early 20th century under American colonial rule, and that this process of motorization was viewed by both the colonizers as well as the colonized, the Filipinos, as a process of modernization. And at the same time, that this modernization of mobility, it was translated from its technological sense, meaning mobility, moving from point A to point B, translated to the idea of societal development, and therefore urban transport as an ideological tool, that by modernizing your mobility, you are also modernizing your norms, your mores, your values, your social mobility, etc. And initially, the Americans implemented this process of motorization mainly because of this initial feeling of frustration. When the Americans arrived in Manila as early as 1898, right after the capture of Manila following the Bok Battle of Manila in August of 1898, the Americans already had a foothold here in the capital city. What they saw were unmotorized transport modes. And for them, the fact that they had to rely on horse-drawn vehicles, for instance, the Kalesa, the Karomata. There was a transit system at that time which was called the Tranvia. It was also horse-drawn, apart from the fact that there were also water-reliant systems such as bangkas. And for them, the fact that they had to rely on this spoke of the inadequacy, the total inadequacy of urban transportation in Manila, and therefore they had to do something about it. They had to do something about this badly constructed and poorly managed kind of transportation system, if ever it was a system. So what were these vehicles? As mentioned, you had canoes, aka bangkas, and they plied along the Pasig River. You can also move from one bank to another. And of course, the horse-drawn vehicles such as this karomata here. You see the karomatas parked along the sidewalks, as well as the rail-based tranvia. That's the one moving along the rails. I think this one is along Escolta. And these were the kinds of vehicles that the Americans had to use in order to move about within the city. And that led them to that led them to pursue immediate motorization of transportation. And you'll see here a succession of initiatives in order to develop the transportation system, such as the implementation of the electric streetcar, which eventually replaced the horse-drawn tranvia effectively in 1905, implemented, owned, and operated by the Manila Electric Railroad and Light Company, which we know today to be Meralco. Yes, the Meralco that gives us electricity here in Metro Manila, that was the same company that gave Manila its first motorized transport system. And as early as the 1900s, and I put there an asterisk because there are competing definitions as to what is a true automobile. So there are different, depending on the story you listen to, there are different versions of which of the story of which car was the first one to arrive here in the Philippines. Some say it's Benito Legarda. Some say it's someone from the Philippine Commission. It differs from one account to another. And then another notable form of transformation during this time was the transformation of livery stables to livery garages. What are these transport modes? These are the predecessors of your Grab app. If today you can just simply book using your cell phone a Grab ride, during that time there was already a telephone system. Rather than hail a car or a horse-drawn vehicle while you're waiting there outside in the streets, you can simply dial up, talk to your friendly livery stable company, and they will bring a horse-drawn vehicle right to your very doorstep. Eventually, that was transformed into the livery garage when motorized transport modes, automobiles, began to replace all these vehicles, horse-drawn vehicles. And then by the 1920s, autobuses were the main mode of public transit. And clearly, this process was highly Americanized. Highly Americanized in terms of capitalization. Meralco, as mentioned earlier, was an American company based in New Jersey. So the capitalization was clearly American. American in terms of origin. Almost all these vehicles were imported from the United States. Practically 99.9% of all these imported vehicles came from the United States, despite the fact that the technology originated in Europe. And many of the service companies, the livery garages, the autobuses, even Meralco had its own fleet of autobuses, were owned by American entrepreneurs. So there was the sense that motorization can be equated with Americanization. One example, the livery garages, such as the NNB garage, as well as the, mentioned earlier, the Manila Electric and Railroad Light Company, Meralco, which also operated a fleet of autobuses. So by the 1920s, 1930s, you had this ecology, a lively ecology of different transport systems. A streetcar, motor vehicles, automobiles, but at the same time, non-motorized systems, which were still surviving on survival mode at that time. And after we've looked at the point of view of the colonizers, what about the colonized? Did they imbibe that kind of value? Did they see this equation between motorization and modernization? For the elite colonized, for the elite Filipinos, yeah, more or less they did. And taking their cue from the Philippine Commission, which stated that it may be asserted as a truism that people without roads are necessarily savages. Many of these elite Filipinos also imbibe that kind of thinking, that without motor vehicles, we can also be classified as savages, and therefore we need to step up our game. And if you look at it, many of the first owners, many of the first Filipino owners of motor vehicles were also the same Filipino political elite, members of the Philippine Commission, members of the National Legislature, etc. And even they also had this tendency to depict the Spanish regime as autocratic, remembering the times of the Spanish governors general that they had to stop at a traffic intersection in order to give way to the carriage of the governor general or to give way to the Manila Archbishop. For them, that kind of past was part of this autocratic, unmodern way of living. It had to give way to the democratizing force of a motorized transport system. So transport knowledge became part of civics education. In fact, it was included in the curriculum textbooks at that time. The car became a classroom, the streets became schools. There was a socio-civic dimension in how vehicles were viewed. You had to wait for your turn when crossing the street. You had to know what color red, green, what do they mean in a traffic light. So these things became part of the socialization of ordinary Filipinos, right from school age up to when they reach adulthood. The Burnham Plan also had that kind of mentality, and it was imbibed by the ordinary people looking at how the street layout can elicit certain feelings of social civic spirit among Manileños. And so the colonized are also part of this creation of an idealized American city. If you look at how the Manila Electric Railroad, if you look at how the Meralco Tranvia was celebrated, it was hailed as a so-called red letter day in that country. People were so enamored by its introduction, the whir of the electric trolley breaking the stillness of the ancient Intramuros. Just take a look at that juxtaposition. Tomorrow, the workday life of the system begins, and now Manila will enter this advanced stage of its career as a modern American city. So here, the red letter, it's a red letter day for Americans and Filipinos, supposedly, with the introduction of the Meralco streetcar. Even the labor force saw it as a kind of gateway towards modernization, because with new transport modes, with new companies, there were new opportunities for socio-economic mobility. So from physical mobility, it was translated into socio-economic mobility. If before, labor was highly dependent on labor gangs, Chinese coolies, quote-unquote pre-modern forms of acquiring labor or forced labor, such as the polo. Now, it would be translated into something akin to our free, so-called free modern labor system today. A good example of this was the rickshaw controversy in 1902, which was highly dependent on coolie labor, Chinese coolie labor. And for the Filipino labor federations, they saw in the modern transport system as a way to break free from these so-called unmodern forms of labor mobilization. And so many of these Filipinos from the lower rungs of society also had that desire, okay, to capitalize on this changing ecosystem. And Meralco took advantage of this situation. They desired to hire natives, despite the fact that even in the press there were so-called Americans who had the opinion that we cannot give these natives so much space within the Meralco system because they haven't proven themselves yet. They are colonized people's natives who might prove to be unworthy, unreliable. But Meralco's decision proved to be a game changer because it proved that even the natives can actually, speak English, be intelligent chauffeurs. They had to talk to their patrons, to their clients in English, and they were able to do so as conductors, as motormen. It played within that discourse of the natives, the colonized natives, proving their capacity and their potentiality in front of the colonizers. But of course, there was a flip side to that discourse, because if motorized transport systems were to be the barometer of the natives' level of civilization, then the flip side of that was that unmodern, aka non-motorized transport systems became designated, labeled as relics of unmodernity in Manila, given that they were still there. They persisted up until the 1930s, 1940s, in fact, even up to the post-war period. Their persistence was seen as not just a relic of the past, but also as an anomaly that had to be addressed, a perennial problem discussed in American-owned English dailies. The cochero was the personification of this unmodernity. To him, the cochero, were assigned all these pejorative words, being a criminal, a mobster, someone who would rob his passengers. Of course, there were cases that, in fact, it was true, but this was a hasty blanket generalization. And so from this point of view, modern transportation can be seen as a kind of a duality. The space of modernization, transportation as a democratization of space, with passenger segregation becoming an issue. How do we now look at the tranvia as a democratizing space when there are first-class passengers and second-class passengers? How do we now view the elite suburbs, given that the suburbs, for instance, of Santa Mesa and San Juan were too far away for people, and the only ones who could afford to build houses there were people who owned motor cars? And what about the enduring autocratic rule of the past? The fact that Victorias and Caromatas were now giving way to these new modern vehicles. And so we see in the newspapers all this discourse of Filipinos living that duality, such as this letter sender here by the name of Lilias, talking about a so-called renaissance of long dormant childlike impulses, looking at all these vehicles with familiarity, with the whizzing mechanism, and naturalness in the return of my own. Actually, Lilias was a sort of an American writing here in Manila, writing to the editor of Manila Times. And the natives also appropriated that kind of discourse, with modern politicians learning the ropes, the modern labor force employing modern tactics, modern natives owning the vehicles. It wasn't just the Americans owning the discourse, but the natives also appropriating it. So I guess that's it. If there are questions later, I would be more than willing to answer your queries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pante. Our final speaker is Maynardo P. Mendoza, is a faculty member of the Department of History, Ateneo de Manila University. He is a former director of the Ateneo Martial Law Museum, as well as the Ateneo Center for Asian Studies. Among his research interests are the Marcos period, transitional justice and reparations, human rights, social movements, agrarian reform, and aviation history. His latest publication includes chapters in the Marcos era, a reader and history of agrarian reform in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mendoza.
comfort and style and grace, you'll soar over the clouds. We're Asia's first, the best on the ground and we in the air. Let us take you there with total care. Let us take you there with total care. We are Asia's first Philippine Airlines.
Sorry, sorry. Could you please, this is forward. Sige, sige. Okay, sige. Okay. Good afternoon. It used half my time already. Uh, Thank you for coming. And thank you to the organizers who came up or who invited us. So nice to see many students and also colleagues from far away. Bianca and Greg, thank you very much for coming. I hope you came out of your own volition and not because you were forced by your history teacher. I'm the last, so we go to the last mode of transportation, which is air transport. And for today, my topic is Philippine Airlines and its U.S. connections from 1935 to 1964. This was a paper I wrote many years ago, but for today's session, I would just like to focus on its connections with the United States and also American aviation companies. I chose 1935 to 1964 because it was owned privately. It was owned by one individual. In particular, it was Andres Soriano. And then in 1964, during the time of Estado Macapagal, when liberal policies forced it to force the government to sell the airline and later on took over control of Philippine Airlines. Okay, so the state and the Philippine Airlines in the post-war era, I would just like to lay this that PAL and the Philippine government was a joint venture. There was a, shall we say, a symbiotic relationship between PAL and the Philippine state. So on the one hand, the Philippine government was obligated to support PAL through investments through the National Development Company in order for the airline to assume the functions of the state. We can just imagine that in 1946, newly independent, the Philippine state was so weak when it comes to state capacity building. How do you then connect the islands? So one way of, one strategy in binding the islands, connecting people, connecting services, and also being, making the Philippines felt as an archipelago was Philippine Airlines. That post-war conditions benefited PAL, but on the other hand, the weak Philippine state enabled rent-seeking, making PAL a monopoly and a recipient of state largesse. Okay? So also, I would like to say that PAL benefited from its relations with the United States because of one, it got money from the Reparations Act right after the Second World War, parity rights, which Americans and Filipinos would have equal rights under in the post-war era, and also access to U.S. aviation companies. Okay, so why would states, again, in the post-war era, most airlines were state-owned. They were called quote-unquote flag carriers, and many flags were, emblazoned on the tails of airplanes. Well, ito nga, yung PAL was like that, no? I mean, why would a state, with very meager resources, invest in a very risky business undertaking, no? So most airlines did not profit much and to receive subsidies to remain competitive, no? It contributed little to employment. Maliit talaga, no? I mean, kasi you can only employ very, very few technical people, and then the cost is overbearing, and there is a huge risk, no? Pag nalugi or, again, no? Just paying aircraft is very expensive, okay? So, states used airlines for many reasons. Number one is defense. No? Airlines can be utilized for airlift capabilities, no? Ferrying troops and supplies during wartime situations, because not all the Air Force has very limited airlift capabilities. So most often they would hire or they would contract or use, no? Commercial airlines or other airline. And then emergency evacuation of civilians in hotspot areas. I'd like to show a video of that also. An example would be in 2011 when Libya fell, no? The regime of Muammar Gaddafi, and the Philippine Air Force was not able to airlift many of our kababayan, so that PALP had to take over that responsibility. So airlines are a lucrative ready market for another vital and strategic industry, the aircraft manufacturers. It's a multi-billion industry. Okay, so yeah, so previously there were so many plane makers, but now we only have a duopoly between the European alliance called Airbus, and in the United States, everything was gobbled up by Boeing. But also there are Lockheed, no, used to manufacture civilian planes, but now they're doing military. And Rolls-Royce and Pratt & Whitney are the two most popular and the most profitable engine makers in the world. Okay, so it's a source of foreign currency, especially during the post-war era, national income, employment of highly skilled workforce. But for many big airlines in Europe, the United States, it was quote-unquote keeping the empire. Okay, so many nations became independent, but in order to continue the link to their quote-unquote mother country, airlines served many of these routes. So for example, Air France would have many routes or flights to Africa, BOAC to its colonial possessions, Hong Kong, Singapore, and many others, KLM to, and then also Pan Am. Pan Am was very, shall we say, present in this part of the world, in the Asia Pacific, until it closed. No, it was later on taken over by Northwest, and now it's Delta. It ferried not only citizens, but more importantly from its colonial roots. Prestige, no? So modern fleet of aircraft and swanky airports are symbols of modernity and a nation's strength. Of course, the best example would be Air Force One. No? I mean, no one can rival the United States when it comes to, projecting power, no, through aircraft. Investing in an airline is a huge gamble, but so are its rewards. So financial and otherwise. So, back. Go back. Sorry, go back. Yeah. So ito, this is Carlos P. Garcia. When he came up with the Look East policy, we were trying to establish diplomatic relations with our neighbors and away from the United States and England. And again, he visited, he came from South Vietnam. At the end of this visit, he had this photo taken at the back. It's a very modern plane. It's a British plane. It's a Vickers Viscount. Okay. So, although states can, shall we say, place money or invest, the state can also, have direct and indirect support. So, for example, providing soft loans, acting as guarantors for loans, okay, and absorbing the airline's losses just in case they fell into the red. So, awarding government contracts also like mail service, repair, and maintenance, giving tax exemptions on subsidies on oil, fuel products, import of spare parts. And ito hindi natin nakikita masyado, non-payment of landing fees. Do you know how much is it to land in, for example, sa New York in JFK? An airline will have to pay at least $10,000. Ganun kamahal, no? Ganun kamahal. Yeah. So flight and technical training, no? Pilots and crews from the military. The best example would be Cebu Pacific, no? It did not have a flying school until recently, and most of its pilots were taken from the Philippine Air Force. Okay, but airlines can also, have control over the airlines, no? So airlines are required to operate in missionary flights. Missionary flights means unprofitable routes. I can only think of Batanes. Perhaps if you've been to Batanes, it is one of the shortest runways we have in the Philippines. It's only 4,000 plus feet. But at that time, it's not profitable because PAL would have to bring in newspapers, medicine, personnel, equipment, etc. And it's no, it could not profit from it because it could not carry much because of the limitations of the aircraft, no, and also the limitations of the runway. It could only carry so much to be able to fly back to Luzon. Okay, so ito yung tinatawag nating missionary flights. So again, PAL had to, if it is to receive a government support, then it would have to again fly these so-called missionary routes, which are not only unprofitable but also risky. So they prescribe the use of aircraft. Okay, so it's very political. What type of aircraft or what brand of aircraft do you buy depends on the government. So in the post-war, in the Cold War era, those oriented towards Moscow would only buy Russian planes, and Western countries would not buy from Russia, etc., etc. Okay, so they regulate fares and routes. Okay, so per PAL's early years, so we have this guy, si Andres Soriano, still has a hangar in the domestic airport. He was born to Spanish parents, studied accountancy. So among his businesses were San Miguel Corporation, Tabacalera, etc., etc. So he set up an aerial taxi company called Piatco. And in 1935, with Elizalde and 6 other American businessmen, so they were involved in extractive industries. And in 1941, Piatco became Philippine Airlines with scheduled services. So mostly Baguio, Cebu, the big cities. Okay. So it asked NDC to invest in PAL, and then PAL became, part of, the government became part of PAL because of this huge investment, 37%. And later on, Sugar Baron set up a rival, which is called INAEC, Iloilo Negros Air Express, which later on became FIATI, the university that we know. So the war years, this is what happened. So INAEC planes were destroyed in the initial aerial attacks because the Lopezes asked to be brought to Iloilo, and they were chanced upon by Japanese fighters, so it got destroyed. Meantime, PAL planes were mobilized for the war effort. They were used to ferry down pilots back to Australia, and in returning, came back carrying supplies. Eventually, by early 1942, the 2 planes by PAL, it's Beech 18, Beechcraft 18. And then MacArthur requested Andres Soriano to evacuate. Manuel Quezon and his entourage. Eventually, he joined the Commonwealth government in exile, and he became an American citizen. From Spanish, he became Filipino, and now he's American. Okay, in anticipation of the end of the war and his plan to revive Philippine Airlines. Okay, so resurrecting PAL, PAL resumed operations February 14 in Nielsen Field, which is in Makati. Those were the original runways, yung Buendia and Ayala. Okay, so and then with just 5 surplus DC-3, so that's the picture of that one the upper picture. So that's Andres Soriano, the first and then it was talaga the best I think the best mode of transportation at the time, because there were plenty of demobilized pilots after the war, and also mechanics, and then airports. It's not that difficult to operate airlines because airstrips were just grass fields and needed no construction, unlike roads and ports. And also, PAL was the major beneficiary of the Reparations Act and Paris Right. Lower picture, you see, that's that's how you ride Philippine Airlines at that time. And you have water bottles, wala pang amenities. And the first stewardesses were actually nurses because they anticipate accidents, etc. Okay. So operated an initial 20 points in the archipelago, but the big break came in 1946. Well, there's a lot of politics talaga dito eh. It so happened that the other presidential candidate, si uh, forgot the name. Sorry ha. Osmeña, no? He supported, well, I mean, Fiati supported to Osmeña, and then si Soriano supported the winning candidate, Manuel Rojas. And there was, a lot of crashes that happened. It was, Congress who tried to intervene, and they closed Fiati. And then Fiati was eventually sold to PAL. Yeah, no? And then yung upper right, upper picture, that's the first flight going to, kaya Asia's first airline to reach the United States. It was by accident because in 1946, there was a dock strike in San Francisco, and returning U.S. servicemen could not be accommodated. So what the U.S. government did was to contract out PAL in order to fly demobilize U.S. servicemen back to the United States. And then, yeah, that's the original airport, Nielsen Field. And also, just a little bit of trivia, we were so advanced in Asia, we even trained Japan Airlines crew when it comes to operating an airline. Okay, so vital lifeline. No? I mean, it's not only revenue, it's not only flight revenues that PAL could benefit from. So the incurred not profits, but had to look for other sources. So one was PAL became the exclusive carrier of mail for the Philippine government, and PAL became or earned contracts from the repair and maintenance of U.S. Air Force and U.S. government planes, which accounts for something like a third of its total revenue, 9% from foreign airlines, and also from catering services. Okay. So prioritizing national policies, by the 1950s, the Philippines was embroiled, the Hawk Rebellion was, sabihin natin, sweeping the country. Although Soriano wanted to expand PAL's operations, hindi pwede, no? The Hawk Rebellion was in full swing. PAL's international operations were suspended and concentrated on domestic service alone. Again, the idea was to reach those communities, spur economic growth, and thereby suppress rebellion. So they resorted to what is called feeder routes, which means areas that were not serviceable at the time had to be linked to a, shall we say, to the center. And because of this, PAL changed the its fleet, no? Dati it's intercontinental with the big planes, but now they shifted to smaller planes like this one, the De Havilland 2 Otter, the upper right. And then this one is from Samar. So it was linked to Tacloban, and then goods from that area, after reaching Tacloban, it will be transferred to a bigger plane and then back to Manila. And then that's Liloy Station in Zamboanga del Norte. Right? As you can see, it's very simple, very not the kind of PAL that we used to know, that we now know. So in conclusion, I would just like to say this. So PAL started as an aerial company for American and Filipino business executives. PAL's role in World War II endeared the airline and Andres Soriano to U.S. policymakers and business. PAL's revival could not have been possible for surplus U.S. planes, U.S. trained pilots, rehabilitation funds, and parity rights. So PAL benefited from contracts, repairs, and maintenance, and PAL benefited from the technical and managerial expertise from two U.S. carriers, TWA and United Airlines. So TWA is now defunct, no? Wala na. PAL until the 1950s, no? And yung senior management niya were staffed by Americans. So how did it end? Well, Congress hearing, no? They found that there was a lot of crashes, and then they saw the operations of PAL, and the mood at the time was not conducive to this kind of arrangement. So eventually it was taken over by government. Okay, so yeah, U.S. routes remain the most profitable for Philippine Airlines, especially Los Angeles. It has 10 flights weekly, and then yeah, this is yung skybed. No? Before, there were only business seats, but now PAL introduced skybed. And then also PAL flies to New York, the 8th longest route in the world. Oh, let me just end by going back to what I said earlier. States need airlines to provide necessary airlift capabilities, and this happened in 2011. Okay. Yeah.
Every day, marami akong nakikita. People coming and going, arrivals and departures. Ganito usually ang araw ng flight attendant. Pero may mga araw na extraordinary, and today is one of them.
We thank you, Father, for this opportunity to be able to be of service to them.
Just hope that we'll have a nice flight and a successful one in evacuating all of them.
And I'm really excited and looking forward to be able to bring back our countrymen.
After 5 tries, finally the wait is over. It's my first time to do this Mercy flight.
We hope that we will be able to uplift their spirits and we be lifted as well.
We brought home fathers, mothers, sons and daughters. They left home to provide for their families, but had their dreams cut short.
Pag-park ng bus, the co-bus, they were already doing
Waving. When they boarded and I was greeting them, I felt like crying. Boarding the aircraft, it's like finally, the rescue came, and it's Philippine Airlines.
They left Libya with a heavy heart, but came home to warm embraces from the people they love. It's all in a day's work. Whatever hardship, whatever adversity, kahit ano pang mangyari, basta may pag-asa, the Filipino will shine through.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mendoza, for that. We have now time for questions for the audience, and for those in the auditorium, please approach the microphone. Our speakers, if you can occupy our chairs in front, okay? Give your name and then ask your questions. And for those watching on YouTube, please enter your questions on the chat box. Okay, so we have a few minutes. Okay, if you would like to ask any questions, please approach any of our microphones and just inform us who you are, and then ask your questions amongst our 3 resource members of the panel.
Hello. I have a question for Dr. Dacudao. And this was because you mentioned the disparity in the, the private roads constructed in Davao versus the public roads. So we're wondering, because this also connects to what Mike said about the funding of the infrastructure construction. So where did the funding for the public road, the private roads in many of the plantations come from? Was this the funding coming from locally in the Philippines, whether or not those private plantations were owned by Filipinos or, as Robbie mentioned earlier this morning, by multinational enterprises, or was it funded from abroad, etc.?
Plantations. So when you invest in a plantation, the road is one of the most important feature of investment. So it's really part of the list of expenses, initial expenses. So the capital, when you start a plantation, it depends who the investors are. So you have to look at who were behind the plantation. So in Davao, there were American plantations, there were Filipino plantations, and there were Japanese plantations. So for the Americans, there were some, you could say, they were in the earlier part of, in the 1910s, 1900s and 1910s, many of these American plantations were incorporated in the United States. And then they have their operations in Davao. Although there were also quite a number of plantations that did not have a lot of money, but they will develop piece by piece, little by little. So they will apply for, let's say, 1,000 hectares. Robbie mentioned the 1,024 hectares, that's a land limit. And plantations can apply for that size of land. And so they will develop just for one first year, just like 10 hectares or then 50 hectares or 100 hectares. And then they will follow it up with incremental development. But these are Americans, these are Filipinos, and these are Japanese mostly. So that's where the money comes from, the people there. From the investors, yeah, the shareholders, the owners, the planters.
Sorry, I don't mean to monopolize this, but you all stressed modernization of transportations. And so the question I sort of had was, in a sense, I mean, traditionally people have moved mainly by water and by boats and sea. So how did these new forms of transportation compete with traditional forms like shipping? Or do we see also, I know this is not really quite a fair question because you're not talking about shipping, but I mean, was it economic, or didn't shipping in fact still prove to be the bulk carrier for most of transportation links?
In Manila, yeah, in Manila, that was certainly the case. It marginalized the introduction of motorized transport systems, marginalized the pre-existing watercraft systems. During the Spanish colonial period, I think a good deal of passenger traffic was conducted via bancas, who were ferried from one bank of the Pasig River to the other. But with the introduction of and the proliferation of all these cars, bridges had to be constructed to cross the Pasig River. And with the construction of these bridges, effectively, it led to a huge part of their clientele being removed, because you could simply just cross that bridge. Another was in terms of water transport being marginalized because of the new layout caused by the Meralco street lines, caused by the growing accessibility of motor vehicles. It became more feasible for people to live inland in suburbs such as Santa Mesa and San Juan, and these suburbs were not really connected to the downtown via these esteros. And so with that kind of new layout emerging, there was simply no room for water transport to grow in this new ecology of American colonial Manila.
Greg, I'd like to mention two instances when PAL changed its strategy. The first one is it's called the multi-stop flights. For example, if you're from Davao, it flies to Cagayan de Oro and then Zamboanga, and then at the end of the day, around 7 flights, it returns to Davao. That is one way of connecting all of these cities. Another one was introducing, by the 50s and 60s, there was a clamor for cheaper fares. So PAL introduced what is called the Star Duster. So there are regular flights in the morning and in the afternoon. Pagdating ng gabi, yun. So it's cheaper to fly at night. Unfortunately, these two strategies stretched out the capacity of the airplanes until finally it could no longer be utilized, and many of these planes crashed in the early 60s. Although air transport is very efficient, less time, but because of the very limited capacity that it could carry, especially heavy cargo, freight, it could really not displace ships and land transport vehicles. Thank you.
Well, in Davao, as as I've shown earlier, they had to build the road. So it's like a clean slate, a tabula rasa, that they build the plantations and they build the roads within the plantations. So in that sense, there was no old transport that was being displaced when you create new plantations. But there were people in the earlier part who use oxen, who use horses, but not very many. And in terms of these oxen and horses are usually owned by the family, or they're not, or higher. So in terms of the public transportation, they did not displace an established um, group of people, no, who find their living offering transportation services. Maybe because it's the frontier nature of Davao. It was when the Americans came in 1899. It's a very low density town, and there's actually more people in the coast. If you recall the ones in the green boxes, the Pacific coast were the ones where the settlements were, because they traced that to the Surigao area up north. So Davao, the capital, and then the plantations that were established, no, inland, in the interior, that those were jungles before. So yes, in terms of displacement, not much number. There was not a lot of number of people being displaced, but there were still people like the indigenous people. When they travel from the interior to the coast, they would use the river, but that was for their like personal use. But in terms of business or plantations, those were really road, the trucks, the motorized vehicles. So there was also some distinction there between personal use and business, plantation business.
Let me just add, aviation is very much limited in the country, not only because of the aircraft, but let us not forget it's because of the airports. Many of our airports are not flyable at night. Yeah, I mean, it has been a problem since the 1950s. So some major airports are now, guided by modern navigational facilities, but still many of our airports are not flyable at night, and they could not be used properly.
Okay. I would like to pose a question to Dr. Pante, Erik Akpedonu. During the Industrial Revolution, we saw a lot of Luddites who would rise up against modernization, against machinization, and would smash machines and resist. I was wondering whether when all those modern infrastructure and cars, motorized transport was introduced into Manila, wasn't there massive resistance from the cocheros, from the banqueros, from all those who actually were threatened with losing their livelihood, or did they just adapt?
I'm not aware if we can find an equivalent of Luddites during the American colonial period. There was resistance coming from the cocheros, but it wasn't really about them resisting because of the introduction of new forms of vehicles. Rather, it was because of what they felt was unfair labor practices being done that effectively marginalized them. Earlier, I mentioned this 1902 rickshaw controversy. I couldn't really delve much on this particular topic given the time constraints. But interestingly, they were against the rickshaw, which was not a motorized transport system, but they were against it. They were protesting against it because they felt that the Americans were imposing unfair labor practices by hiring Chinese coolies rather than promoting Filipino labor. And that's the reason why the cocheros, and in fact, the labor federations that were existing at that time protested against the proposed rickshaw system. But them rebelling against the vehicle as a kind of I think they were rebelling, they were protesting mainly because of the colonial character of these new transport systems, rather than them being products of a kind of alien form of technology. So I can't characterize them as Luddites in that sense.
Okay, I believe we have one last question before we end our panel.
My name is Charlie po. My question is for Dr. Mendoza. I'm a fan of PAL, so every time I travel. Anyway, can you give a brief comment during martial law and after martial law, what happened to PAL as our flagship airline?
Okay, thank you for that question. It's a very interesting question. So in 1965, government took over, and then I think in 69 or 70, it was sold again to an individual by the name of Benigno Toda. So Toda also introduced many, yung DC-10. That's when we had and then I'm not sure what year was that, but late 70s, PAL the government took over PAL again. Again, what's the reason for that? Many, no? PAL was in the red, and it had to borrow heavily from GSIS, etc. because of so many things. Number one, yung presidential flights. So, Marcos would strut around the world, Imelda, and in fact, when they went to China, it had two separate planes pa nga no? And these were not, no? And most of them did not pay. But then again, also, PAL saw an opportunity by the late 1970s. We had one captured passenger, and those are the OFWs. Yung mga pinapadala natin sa Mideast. At that time, they could not fly any other airline except PAL if you're Filipino. Okay, so Roman Cruz became chair, I think, in the early 1980s. He tried to turn PAL around to some extent, yes. He introduced yung skybeds. He introduced new flights to Chicago. He introduced the skybed. But by 1986, it was again taken over by the government. And kaya dun lumabas yung shining through. Yeah, that's 1986 because of the EDSA revolution. So yung PAL plane that did not only have the flag, but it had the rays of the sun that became prominent. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I'm afraid that's all the time that we have. Let's give our speakers a round of applause. Okay. Then you are all invited to the next panel, Bureaucratic Perceptions of the Environment and Their Dangers in American Colonial Philippines, to happen at 3:30, a few minutes from now. Meanwhile, we invite those outside for coffee and snacks, and we'll resume around 3:30, 3:35. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you to all our speakers for today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Thank you. Salamat, natapos na tayo. Stay still.
of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University and funded by the Juan Laurel donation to the School of Humanities. It is September 17, Tuesday at 3:40 p.m. in Manila. We are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel. And good afternoon to everyone. Okay? I am Neville Manawis of the Department of History of the School of Social Sciences, Ateneo de Manila University. And I will be your moderator for this panel. Okay, this is panel 6. It's on the bureaucratic perceptions of the environment and their dangers in the American colonial Philippines. We have 4 speakers who will each be given 15 minutes for their presentations. And after that, the audience online and on-site will have the opportunity to ask questions. For our viewers on YouTube, you may submit your questions via the chat box. Our speaker is Greg Bankoff. Okay, he is a historical geographer who focuses on the way societies interrelate with their environment over time, especially the way people adapt to frequent hazards. He's a research fellow at the Ateneo de Manila University and professor emeritus of the University of Hull. His most recent publication is a co-edited volume, Why Vulnerability Still Matters, The Politics of Disaster, Risk, and Creation in 2022. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Bankoff.
I need to move this out of the way, otherwise I will appear even bigger than I really am. So there we go. Thank you very much. I'm going to be very succinct because we have 4 papers and only an hour and a half to do it. And what I want to do is talk about, in a sense, all the previous speakers have been talking about modernization, and I really want to talk about, well, I termed it resistance to modernization, but actually Erik pointed out it's more like suborning or modernization. And in this case, I want to talk about the forests of the Philippines. And in particular, to talk about colonial attitudes towards indigenous fire practices between 1900 and 1940. Indigenous fire, as we know, is crucial. It's a crucial aspect of Swidden agriculture. It's the burn that releases nitrogen to fertilize the soil. And it is also a primary tool in the creation of new farmland. And American and Spanish colonial officials before them attempted to limit the use of fire because they regarded the forest, according to, in the immortal words of Dean Worcester, as so much, open quote, money in the bank, and saw burning the forest, therefore, as a criminal act. This in itself provoked opposition from those who saw the use of the forest as an ancestral right and resisted all attempts by the state to expropriate ownership over them. Yes. Now, fire is actually quite difficult to ignite and not easily maintained in a tropical environment. And it's mainly or almost totally anthropogenic, and most fire was created by indigenous Swidden agriculture, Kaingan agriculture, that shares certain characteristics, though it's very varied. The use of fire in preparing the land for planting, the shifting of cropping from one field to another, and the abandonment of that field after a short period of use. Fire is also often caused by the succession vegetation that follows Swidden agriculture. The dry and baked soil is favored by colonization by Kogan grass, and that provides a breeding ground for fire and incidentally for locusts as well. Fire was either perceived as bad fire, or good fire. Bad fire was lit by farmers, hunters, and herders, and viewed by colonial officials as destructive and wasteful, as a primitive form of agriculture, as a threat to valuable economic assets such as timber stands, cash crop plantations, and buildings. Good fire, on the other hand, was lit by much the same indigenous actors, but was seen by nationalist politicians as a means to provide more farms for a land-hungry electorate, and by local officials, resource managers, foreign ethnographers, and later ecologists as an effective management tool for agriculture. But to the Insular Bureau of Forestry, fire was only bad. Deliberately lit indigenous fire, and their greatest problem was, quote, to prevent further forest destruction by caigeneros, whom they termed as arsonists of the forest. And the new American administration acted swiftly to enact laws penalizing Kaingan making. It was considered as an uneconomic use of the forest, as I said, as a primitive form of agricultural operation. That's a quote, by the way. It was seen as wasteful and destructive, clearing thousands of forested acres for growing only 1 to 2 crops of what they termed as mountain rice, corn, or camote. And it could only be sanctioned if the soil or market conditions made it suitable, in fact, for turning into permanent cultivation. The socio-political realities, however, of the Philippines tempered a complete ban on fire and forced colonial officials to tolerate certain or some Kaingan practice and to issue permits when the circumstances warranted. One of the problem groups was the non-Christian tribes, who were granted greater tolerance, being warned for their first conviction and only punished for subsequent offenses. This was a loophole that they exploited as they, being nomadic, they moved from one district to another. Of course, the local forest officers were unaware of any previous warnings that might have been issued. So this loophole was repealed eventually in 1934. And it's clear that, in fact, Kaingan making remained common among highland peoples living in areas that were often difficult to patrol. Another, inverted commas, problem group was the abaca planters in southern Luzon. This was very difficult. Abaca plantations are difficult to detect, as the larger trees are only felled when the crop reaches maturity. And it also allowed farmers to extend their clearings each year, and it was difficult to actually stop such encroachments on the forest. Another group were the migrants seeking new homes on the inland frontier in central northern Luzon and northern Mindanao between the 1870s and 1930s, the inland frontier, who often cleared forests to plant crops unwittingly in violation of any colonial laws that they were certainly breaking. The scale of Kaingan making was truly alarming to American eyes, though the extent of forest clearance is only partial and largely anecdotal prior to 1922. The amount of timber lost through, and I lost again in inverted commas, through illegal Kaingans was substantial. Between 1921 and 1925 was estimated that 390,000 cubic meters of timber were destroyed, equal to approximately 45% of the total annual timber cut by small licensees in 1925. The situation was worse in remoter parts, and Kaingan making, open quote, was almost unrestrained, close quote, in Balabac, Palawan, southern Zambales, and Bulacan, due partly to a lack of forestry personnel. The World War I food production campaign to increase food led to more illegal clearings as farmers used this excuse to unrestrainedly plant more crops. After 1922, more systematic records were compiled that reveal the true extent of Kaingan making. It's estimated, for instance, that nearly 40,000 hectares were cleared between 1922 and 1938. These figures, of course, in modern forestry terms seem pathetically small, but they were considered large at the time. Even on islands that were already mainly denuded of their forests, like Cebu, illegal Kaingan making was, inverted commas, rampant. The Great Depression of 1929 and the subsequent hardships forced many people back to the land. The forest was seen as a safety net to feed families by clearing new land on an inland frontier. And we see a notable increase in the rate and scale of both legal and illegal Kaingan making peaking in 1930 when some 11,000 hectares were reportedly cleared. Actually, the figures are probably at least twice as large. This is only the ones that were officially recorded. Okay, so what was the American response? Well, the American response to try and ban the ban on forestry met with a lack of cooperation, as you might expect from local officials, as had the Spanish colonial officials encountered before, noting in fact that, open quote, little attention is paid to such complaints. Measures were taken to prevent illegal clearing. The Attorney General vigorously called for the prosecution to eradicate the, open quote, Kaingan evil. The chief of the Philippine Constabulary issued directive to its officers to cooperate with the Bureau of Forestry. The Forest Act was amended in 1916 to deny municipal presidents authority to grant permits. And in fact, in 1922, forest officers were granted the power to prosecute offenders themselves. Foresters even tried to make cainganieros into agents of reforestation or homesteaders. For instance, convicted farmers on Mount Arayat in 1916 had their prison sentences suspended on condition that they actually reforested the land for ipil to sell as firewood. And non-timbered forest lands were reclassified in 1925 for purchase or as homesteads. But illegal kaingan making was still described as, inverted quote, rampant all over the Philippines in 1936, compounded by a lack of insufficient funds and personnel. The Americans then soon realized that illegal kaingan making was never simply a question of preventing fires by legal prescriptions, that in fact fires had to be fought in people's minds as well as on the forest floor through propaganda and education. And this is a new arena of contestation more fitting to the age of the 1900s to 1940s, and the information apparatus of the new colonial state. Propaganda and education was an important aspect, or was as important an aspect of scientific forestry as botanical knowledge and enforcement, and was directed to Filipinos of all classes. Politicians, judges, and civil servants had to be convinced of the value of the Bureau of Forestry and its aims, and to resist pressure from to clear more forest land. And Canginieros needed education to abandon their long-held belief that the forest, regarding the public forest, more as, this is a quote here, as much as their own as water flowed by in creeks and rivers. So to see that, change that attitude. However, a propaganda campaign confronted formidable problems. People had to be approached in their own language and dialect, and also verbally, because illiteracy was very rife, and it was complicated by a lack of transportation and insufficient personnel. So a carefully crafted propaganda campaign was designed for everyone, beginning with the elite in 1915. Favorable articles on the BOF began to systematically appear in national and provincial newspapers. Local reporters were invited to visit forest stations to see what work they did and to visit the forest school and talk to students. To contact a wider audience in the provinces, special circulars were printed and mailed to every municipal president with posters to put up in public display, explaining how the forest was administered for public good and how local inhabitants benefited from its conservation and proper utilization. And foresters were presented as, in fact, guardians dedicated to preserving people's interests. For the large number of illiterate people in rural areas, mimeographed short talks on the BOF's work were supplied to rangers to translate into local languages, and rangers were encouraged to modify their speech to account for local conditions and their own experience. And wherever a ranger stopped for the night, he was told to organize a meeting to instruct locals on forest policy. Also, opportunities like fairs and village town fiestas were good opportunities to make propaganda as well. And the example here I have is the BOF float on Rizal Day Parade in Baguio, bearing a placard saying, "Develop and conserve your forests and help fulfill the hopes of Rizal." There's one for the Rizalistas. And rangers continued to give such talks right on into the mid-1930s. The BOF considered that their campaign had been successful, with favorable reports appearing more frequently in the local press, a decline in attacks on their activities and personnel, with assemblymen, governors, and other colonial officials beginning to express a desire to cooperate with their program, with provincial and municipal officials offering greater assistance to forest rangers to enforce forest laws more strictly and prosecute those who breach them. But it was also realized that propaganda was never going to be enough to change people's attitudes, and that forestry needed also to become part of the school curriculum. The director of forestry, George Ahern, shortly before he left office, launched a school tree nursery movement in June 1914, beginning with 64 schools from all over the Philippines, initially provided and supplied with seeds. Rangers were charged with the overall management of the nursery, though the daily care of seedlings were left to school teachers and to children. In conclusion then, as fire became a prominent feature of Philippine forests between 1900 and 1940, it also became, in a sense, a colonial construction. And the suppression of indigenous agricultural practices became a means of social engineering. This was an arena in which indigenous needs, state repression, scientific experiment, and market demands were played out, but also where the contestation took on what I would regard, and I think most of the talks that we've heard today have stressed this, the particular unique hallmark of American colonialism, which is education. Carboneros had to be transformed into cultivators of the forest. Rangers had also to be teachers, shepherds of men, as well as trees. And the forest had to be scientifically managed as well as felled. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bankoff. Our next speaker is Brian Paul Hiron. He is a faculty of the Department of History of the Ateneo de Manila University in the Philippines. He is currently in the final stages of finishing his PhD studies at Murdoch University in Australia, where he is affiliated with the Indo-Pacific Research Center. His research interests lie in the history of science, particularly in the histories of science in context of empires and colonies. His thesis studies the history of American ecology in the U.S. colony on the Philippines.
Hello. Hopefully you can hear me. Yes? No? I can't see anyone. I'll just wait for someone to come on maybe the Ateneo live stream so I can make sure that I can start. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Robbie. Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian. Let me just begin this presentation. Okay. My name is Brian Paul Hiron. I want to start by thanking the School of Humanities for inviting me to participate in this conference. My paper is Destroyer of Fish, Alvin Seal, American Ichthyology and the Introduction of Gambusia to Philippine Waters. I'm currently with the Indo-Pacific Research Center of Murdoch University, but also my home institution is Ateneo de Manila, the Department of History, so I'm a friend. Let's get started. The paper that, or the presentation I'm about to give sits at the intersection of many areas of study. It comfortably falls under the history of science, but It takes cues from empire studies and from a broader view considers the environmental humanities. In Philippine historiography, by and large, it's only more recently that histories have begun taking up these spaces in their relationship with empire, which is ironic because by and large, science was the means by which these spaces were observed, explored, documented, and later on conquered and exploited. The other irony is how, in an archipelago, we have dedicated so little of our resources to the study of fishes, fisheries, and marine life. This is true both of the active study of these fishes and their environment, but also we don't do enough in terms of the study of the history of this particular line of sciences. Alvin Seal was the first ichthyologist in the Insular Service. Interesting thing, he got to this point of studying fishes because he listened to a very famous American ichthyologist, David Starr Jordan, incidentally also the first president of Stanford University. Jordan is kind of this very big charismatic figure, and Jordan was lecturing in Indiana where Seal was in attendance, and Jordan advised his students to seek out the best in their field and to learn from such people. And since Seal wanted to be like Jordan as a naturalist himself, he did exactly that. In 1892, he got on a bicycle and rode from Indiana to California, took him months to get there, and then presented himself to Jordan at Stanford. And said that I want to study ichthyology, and the rest was from that point on. On an aside, this is also a testament to the pneumatic tire, which was being developed at this point in the 1880s and the 1890s, and the fact that he could ride a bicycle, just saying. 15 years later, he agreed to go to the Philippines to be in the Scientific Bureau. Now, this was happening at a crucial juncture in the history of American ichthyology. This is David Starr Jordan with his dog. It's a joke. It's a joke Christmas card where instead of his family, he took a photo with his dog and then gave it out to people. Now, the last quarter of the 19th century saw Jordan and Everman, one of his former students and collaborators, complete their very epic 4-volume work called The Fishes of North and Middle America, a descriptive catalog of the species of fish-like vertebrates found in the waters of North America, north of the Isthmus of Panama. And this 4-volume work was kind of their crowning achievement at the time. And in their hubris, they felt that they had described, according to them, nearly all the species in North America, which then saw the Jordan School, his students, and American ichthyology, which it dominated, expand outward and seek new waters with new species for American science to discover, describe, and obviously claim. Seal's appointment to the Philippines was part of this expansion, and so in 1907, he came to our islands. The first thing he did, he brought fishes from the United States. Because, when you think of a tropical archipelago, you think, oh, they probably need more fishes there. So Alvin Seal started the work by, bringing fishes. He started in 1907. The month prior was spent in preparation, gathering published materials and equipment that he felt essential, going as far as making a trip to Massachusetts to look over their nets and fishing boats and so on. But he also brought fish. So he says here, I arrived in San Francisco on March 24 and went at once to my friends on the California Fish and Game Commission and asked for 20,000 trout eggs and 200 live fingerlings of black bass. So he brought these two species before Gambusia. The introduction of species from one environment to another, whether intentionally or by accident, has significant ties and implications for empire and colonialism. Flora and fauna were frequently transported between imperial networks as commodities. However, accidental introductions were also part of this equation. Sometimes stowaways, such as the case of rats and mice, have resulted in rodent populations that affect man's economy by eating and contaminating food, and they also carry epidemic diseases and parasites. The consequences of unwarranted animal movement became a key concern for scientists by the middle of the 20th century. But the requisite steps for the development of invasion biology and other approaches to the study of ecological invasions are varied and evolved at different points in the history of science. For instance, the notion of native versus alien species are essential concepts for the framing and development of biogeography, but this can be traced as far back as the 18th century. So the idea of invasive species, not really all that new. This is just the black bass that Seal brought with him in 1907. You can imagine that the Americans who believed that game fishing was the most American recreation at the time would also believe that American game fishes were superior to the species of a colonized territory. In the interest of the recent assassination attempt on Trump at a golf course, Steinbeck actually has a couple of essays just talking about how he was living in a time when golf was beginning to take over from fishing. But prior to golf, actually, the American political pastime was not golf, but rather fishing. So if you wanted to be a politician, if you want to be considered American, then you fish. Acclimatization societies in Australia are also another way of looking at how colonizers tend to think that the species from their home countries are superior somewhat to the species in colonized territories. And so people were bringing in birds, species that were for game hunting and so on. Here you see photos of American bureaucrats, including most famously Worcester on the right with a big tuna. This is from Seal's diary. And he says here, Secretary Dean Worcester and his tuna, I guess. This is a quote from Steinbeck. He just says, "The fisherman prefers to travel many thousands of miles to put himself through powerful disciplines, to learn a special vocabulary, and to enter a kind of piscatorial religion, all for the purpose of demonstrating his superiority over fish. He prefers the huge and powerful denizens of the sea, which have great nuisance and little food value." And then we have here a Filipino with game fish. In 1913, Seal brought another species of fish to the Philippines, the top minnow or Gambusia affinis, or the mosquito fish, a native of Illinois, Indiana region in the United States. Seal had already enjoyed a little media attention in 1905 when he was first tasked with bringing a fish that could help reduce the mosquito population in Hawaii. Under the advice of friends, Jordan being the top friend, he went to Texas and selected the mosquito fish by cutting fish open to see how much mosquito larva, if any, different fishes consumed. So you can imagine this is not a very scientific way of going about things. A friend just told him to go to a place, he went there, he caught fish, started cutting them up, and then looked which fishes had mosquito larvae inside them. The fish, Gambusia, eventually became the suitable candidate by their reckoning, and they transported this fish to Hawaii. In 1913, he brought some of the fishes from Hawaii to the Philippines. So by 1913, interestingly enough, the mosquito fish had propagated well in Hawaii, but also, on an aside, the Hawaii government had already begun to recognize that mosquito fish were kind of outcompeting, if not actively killing, local fish, most notably carp and goldfish. The interesting thing is that Seal and the United States Bureau of Fisheries subsequently conducted experiments to see how well fishes could be used to reduce mosquito populations. Seal's experiments involved comparing how many mosquito larvae Gambusia could eat compared to goldfish, as well as comparing Gambusia's preference for mosquito larvae against other insects. In the latter, Seal actually observes this experiment was repeated using the young of dragonflies and mosquito larvae. While the preference was not so marked in this case, it was quite evident that the mosquito larvae were the favorite food. So he noticed that the fish were actually eating both dragonfly larvae and mosquito larvae, but somehow he came to the conclusion that mosquito larvae was the favorite food. Later on, in 1919, from the Bureau of Fisheries in the United States, other ichthyologists such as Samuel Hildebrand studied the idea of using mosquito fish and the impacts of gambusia on populations. Hildebrand's conclusion was that gambusia was effective, but couldn't eat larvae if vegetation blocked its view of the larvae. However, another study by Percy Moore in 1922 kind of debunked this idea. As a matter of fact, Moore says that he observed gambusia with vegetation and mosquito larvae in plain view, and it seemed like the mosquito fish weren't really that interested in the larva. And he came to the conclusion that it was because the mosquito fish was just eating anything it could eat, including vegetation. And therefore, it wasn't really vegetation blocking the mosquito fish's view, but rather mosquito fish just eat anything. It is worth noting that even as early as 1914, mosquito fish were observed to be responsible for reducing the numbers of other fish, but Seal, Hildebrand, and Jordan were all just convinced that it was the mosquito fish. From the 1920s to the 1960s, it would be introduced indiscriminately to Hong Kong, Malaysia, India, and yes, even Australia. Gambusia only became more famous as a mosquito fish between the 1920s up to the 1960s, but by the 1960s, people began to notice that it was reducing populations of other fishes. But they continued to introduce the fish anyway. So from the Philippines, and I'm not sure if we should be proud of this, but our complicity is that the Bureau of Science in Manila was actually actively bringing gambusia, not just to different rural areas in the Philippines, but also to Malaysia and then to other areas like the Barbados and so on. By the 1960s, people were beginning to look at the impacts of this indiscriminate distribution of fish. Pike noted that while it had emerged as the fish for control of larval mosquitoes, these studies were largely anecdotal and not very rigorous. George Meyer's assessment is even worse than other studies, where he comes to the conclusion that the presence of gambusia in waters kind of means that a lot of local species would be outcompeted and probably destroyed by this fish destroyer, as he would eventually refer to gambusia. Conclusions. Couple of interesting things. One, American science found our ecosystems very diverse. As a matter of fact, one of the subsequent ichthyologists who came to the Philippines, Albert Hare, wrote this very long extended article on the fishes of Lake Lanao, a problem in evolution, talking about rare carp species that could only be found in Lake Lanao. But a more recent article, just in the 21st century, in The Guardian, basically talks about how these 15 carp species disappeared from Lake Lanao. So in conclusion, this was not about a time before biological invasions and invasive species discourse would have excused the careless introduction of damaging species. This was just bad science. Species introductions were also part of America's colonization and domination of nature. As the insular government's experiments in the Philippines have shown, the US was not content to merely control the human population or occupied settled spaces in the islands. Colonial officials like Forbes and Burster and insular scientists such as Freer and Seal willfully deployed the scientific bureaucracy to advance this cause of environmental control and domination, to improve the economy and the state of public health. In this regard, Barrett's report in 1914 may have explicitly stated more than he intended, where he said, one of the severest hindrances to the rapid progress of agriculture, not to say the advancement of civilization, is the mosquito pest. Millions of pests are virtually lost every year in tropical countries through the effects of mosquitoes. In fact, many of the richest districts of the world are scarcely habitable by the white race on account of mosquito-borne diseases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hiron. Okay. Our third speaker is Bianca Angeline Aban Claveria. She is currently engaged in a doctoral studies at the Institute for History, Leiden University. She is part of an ERC-funded research project, Human Subject Research and Medical Ethics in Colonial Southeast Asia. She received her undergraduate and MA degrees in history from the Ateneo de Manila University. And prior to pursuing her doctorate, she was an instructor at the Department of History, Ateneo de Manila University, and an editorial assistant of the Philippine Studies Historical and Ethnographic Viewpoints Journal. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Claveria.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So a pleasant Tuesday to all. To my fellow paper presenters, our panel moderator, the organizers and volunteers of the Contacts and Continuities II conference, and attendees joining us today, thank you very much for joining us, and I'm sincerely grateful for the privilege of your time. The title of my paper is Men and Their Beasts: Medical Research and Animal Experimentation in American Colonial Philippines. This paper and the preliminary case studies it seeks to develop are part of a broader project on human subject research and medical ethics in colonial Southeast Asia, led by my supervisor, Dr. Feneke Sisling of the Institute for History, Leiden University, and funded by the European Research Council, or ERC. To begin my presentation, allow me to paint a picture of the Philippines during the early years of American colonial rule. By the turn of the 20th century, the country was in a deplorable state. Water systems were severely polluted. Beriberi infested the jails. The wrath of diseases such as plague, cholera, and smallpox continued to scorch the country, and cases of dysentery, malaria, and tuberculosis remained unchecked. If the American sanitarian desired to effect notable changes, mainly using force and employing drastic measures proved ineffective. Gaining the cooperation and assistance of Filipinos in the sanitary regeneration of the country were crucial first steps. Filipinos were educated on modern sanitation and hygiene practices and were also delegated official capacities to lead boards of health. To curb the spread of smallpox, bodies were inoculated. To limit cases of leprosy, bodies had to be segregated. Modern and sanitary markets, hospitals, quarantine stations, and medical training schools were constructed. One policy after another, the once oblivious and overwhelmed American sanitarian became the expert in the game. An essential institution in the American medical crusades were the government's laboratories. By virtue of the Philippine Commissions Act No. 156, the Bureau of Government Laboratories was established in 1901, and it consisted of the biological, chemical, and serum laboratories. In 1905, the institution was renamed as the Bureau of Science, and the Serum Laboratory, which was formerly housed in the historic San Lazaro Hospital, was relocated to the Bureau's grounds by 1906. Developed and stored in the Bureau's Serum Laboratory were a variety of sera and vaccine viruses. It also housed cows, which were used in the preparation of vaccines. It had quarantine stations for infected animals and quarters for experimental animals such as guinea pigs and rabbits. Scientists of the biological and serum laboratories often collaborated with each other to understand the causes or the etiology of a particular infectious disease and hopefully to propose an effective prophylactic or vaccine against it. The scientific research conducted in these laboratories paved the way for the development of the fields of bacteriology and immunology in the country. However, the Bureau's laboratories could also be re-examined as violent sites of control and scrutiny over bodies, both human and animal. Before administering a novel medical treatment or prophylaxis on humans, it was conventional to first conduct animal experiments and testing. Animals, including insects, straddle peculiar positions in our country's history of medicine and public health. They were either depicted as the spreader of diseases or the sources of the desired remedies. In the untamed tropical environment, they were the vermin that the Bureau of Science and Bureau of Health cautioned against. But within the hallowed halls of the laboratory, they were the vessels that endured trials in the production of medicines and vaccines. Using case studies of experiments involving monkeys in the Philippines, this paper broadly takes inspiration from the field of disease ecology, particularly on how it has encouraged historians to situate histories of diseases and medicine within larger and more complex interspecies entanglement. This paper sought depictions of how colonial scientists mitigated the risks of their precarious and disease-ridden environment through experiments and vaccines, and how they established either dominance and or empathy towards their animal test subjects. This paper hopes to encourage a renewed appreciation for the roles and contributions of animals in biomedical research in the Philippines and a more profound understanding of the changing interactions between humans, animals, and the environment across time. Now, the decision to frame my paper on experiments involving monkeys initially came about by chance. But looking back, this paper has given me a renewed appreciation of the complex interactions and entanglements humans have had and continues to have with this particular animal. I've been working on my case studies on tuberculosis and the use of the Bacillus calmette-guerin, or the BCG vaccine in the Philippines. And a couple of months ago, I came across a 1944 newspaper article that reported how 2 Filipino physicians tested the virulence of the BCG vaccine on Philippine monkeys, and apparently yielding promising results. They justified their choice of animal test subjects on the supposed high susceptibility of monkeys to tuberculosis. And I began to wonder, what other experiments involve the use of monkeys? On a side note, perhaps it might be interesting to add that the BCG vaccine was developed in 1921 by scientists of the Pasteur Institute in France, and the BCG remains to be the only effective vaccine against tuberculosis. People in the audience, you guys might be familiar with this particular vaccine, as you will have by now noticed a scar on your upper left arm. If the scar was not caused by a former injury, it was likely caused by the BCG. Mice and guinea pigs have proven their worth as excellent models in animal experimentation, considering their ease in breeding, the short time needed for their population to grow, and the relatively large number of offspring. However, scientists eventually realized the significant species-specific differences between rodents and humans. If they desired animals which were biologically, quote-unquote, closer to humans, that could also replicate the entire biological processes of an infectious disease, an ideal candidate were non-human primates, or what they call NHPs. An example would be monkeys. Beginning the 20th century, scientists resorted to non-human primates, or NHPs, to observe how a virus reproduces inside bodies of primates, the symptoms that emerge after infection, and how the NHP's immune system responds to the virus. From 1900 to 1950, NHPs have been involved in various biomedical experiments, such as development of vaccines, modern anesthesia, cancer chemotherapy, and the treatment and diagnosis of typhoid fever, just to name a few. This research broadly surveyed volumes of the Philippine Journal of Science from 1906 to 1940, and it has identified 23 experiments involving monkeys as test subjects. Given that this is a preliminary investigation, I selected 2 inoculation experiments done by Dr. P.M. Ashburn, conducted together with other collaborators from the Bureau of Science. The first experiment was on yaws in 1907, and was followed by an experiment on smallpox in 1913. I have highlighted them on the table for your reference. In addition to taking note of the experiment's designs and methods, particular attention was also given to the following aspects. How many monkeys were involved as test subjects? How were they treated before, during, and after the experiments? Were all monkeys subjected to similar protocols? If a monkey was experiencing severe symptoms following an infection, was anything done to alleviate it? The 1907 yaws inoculation experiment observed the biological processes in monkeys after infecting them with the disease, either coming from a human or an animal source. 11 monkeys were involved in the experiment and all were inoculated with the disease, mainly on their abdomen and forehead. The researchers closely monitored their test subjects for the appearances of lesions on their bodies. They observed that their wounds rapidly healed after successful inoculations and that indications of yaws would usually appear within 16 to 45 days after inoculation. But what is more striking, at least for the purposes of this paper, are these 2 points. The test subjects were apparently kept in close confinements, which the researchers later admitted might have been the cause for their weakened state. And second, after realizing that there was a slim chance for one of the severely weakened monkeys to recover, the researchers decided to chloroform the test subject. The monkeys being kept in close confinement is a crucial detail to point out, as it reflects the reality of the poor conditions that animal test subjects were apparently exposed to, and how it worsened their health during the experiment. The use of chloroform on a severely weak monkey is also a telling sign of the ethical decisions that researchers had to make in that pressing situation. Though it was reported that the chloroformed monkey eventually died, it was unclear if the chemical was used as a form of anesthesia or euthanasia. But the fact remains that upon seeing the monkey in a worsening state, they sought means to alleviate its pain. And I would like to argue that this choice to chloroform instead of just letting the animal waste away is worth reflecting on. The 1913 smallpox inoculation experiment tested the immunity of monkeys after inoculating them with the disease, again, either coming from a human or animal source. 16 monkeys were involved in the experiment, and all were inoculated on different areas of their abdomen. The researchers closely monitored their test subjects for symptoms such as fever, local lesions, and swelling. They were able to test the virulence of the disease over a period and prove the value of prophylaxis by vaccination. Like the yaws experiment 6 years prior, this smallpox experiment did not disappoint in providing depictions of how animal test subjects were treated. Apparently, one monkey died not because of the smallpox infection, but because of injuries sustained from other monkeys. With this detail, we could surmise once more the vulnerable conditions that the monkeys were exposed to during the experiment. Not only were they exposed to pathogens, but they were also at the risk of receiving harm from other monkeys. Furthermore, it was not explained why one monkey underwent multiple experiments in contrast to others that were only subjected to testing once. What was so special about this monkey? Or was it merely an unfortunate victim of arbitrary choice? Now, it is not the objective of this research to morally judge the decisions that molded these experiments, nor does it intend to condemn the choices made by its scientists, based on what we now understand and accept as ethical ways of treating experimental animals. Their experiments, methods, and decisions were products of a particular time and context. Though we could not wholly judge them from our current standing, we could still learn from these past experiences. These scientists sought ways to mitigate the risks posed by the infectious diseases that plague the country, and their animal test subjects played crucial roles in helping them understand the disease's etiology and potential prophylaxis. But more than just medical crusades, these scientific experiments also offer us snapshots of the complex and dynamic interactions between men, animals, and pathogens, and a chance to reflect on our potential as human beings to scientifically shape and manipulate the environment. For whose benefit? Now that's another important question we must continually ask ourselves. To conclude my presentation, I would like to leave you with a quote from microbiologist, pathologist, and humanist René Dubos, who immensely contributed to the study of tuberculosis and the standardization of the BCG vaccine, and I quote, "We claim to live in a scientific era, but the truth is that, as presently managed, the
The scientific enterprise is too lopsided to allow science to be of much use in the conduct of human affairs. We have accumulated an immense body of knowledge about matter and powerful techniques to control and exploit the external world. However, we are grossly ignorant of the effects likely to result from these manipulations. We behave often as if we were the last generation to inhabit the earth. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions later on.
Thank you, Ms. Claveria. Our final speaker is Diego Rebato. He is a part-time faculty member of the Department of History at Ateneo de Manila University. He currently teaches a course on the history of disaster in the Philippines. Okay, Mr. Rebato.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So this research is a very small portion of my master's thesis. The entirety of the research focuses on the history of disasters in Nueva Ecija from the lens of social history. So this presentation required me to make some adjustments to extend the discussion on the colonial state's response to hazards in the province. So using newspapers, magazines, official American reports, especially Weather Bureau reports and Commission reports, this presentation aims to broadly, and that's the promise, discuss the measures taken by the colonial officials, not only the Americans, but also local officials, native local officials. So for the outline, it has 4 parts, no? Nueva Ecija in context, the hazards in Nueva Ecija after, and then American colonial response. Then we proceed to the conclusion. Now, let me give a short context of the province by outlining also what was already established in existing literature, specifically the works of Marshall McLennan, Cesar Baruman, and Louis Glick. In 1705, Fausto Cruzan y Gongora founded Nueva Ecija as a comandancia or a military fort under the province of Pampanga. Since then, the locality played a huge role, an important role in the facilitation of missions into the upland communities in the north and in the Cagayan Valley, followed by the continuous founding of towns and the constant changes in its political and demographic boundaries, even after its formalization as an official separate province in 1848. Nueva Ecija is a relatively young province, especially compared to its neighbors in Central Luzon and Northern Luzon. And in the 19th century, it was still virtually a frontier. Marshall McLennan, in his very important work on Central Luzon, traces the ecological changes in Nueva Ecija, including its demographic transformation. So between 1820 and 1925, the region saw the migration of Ilocanos southward, wherein they provided temporary labor and or pioneer in some expanding land holdings. The migration was made possible by a multitude of factors that were of course extensively discussed by McLennan, including natural hazards that pressed the inhabitants into impoverishment, turmoil caused by a series of revolts in the Ilocos region, the collective destitution exacerbated by the imposition of the tobacco monopoly, and primarily the need to clear the forest for fuel, to supply, for example, the need for sugar production in Pampanga and Tarlac, and to pioneer and cultivate lands afterwards. Since then, Nueva Ecija transformed into an agrarian society, subsequently becoming the country's #1 rice-producing province in the 1920s. Ilocano migration rate increased in the early 20th century, especially after the implementation of homesteading in 1902, essentially exhausting the frontier by 1925. Coexisting with this economic expansion were agrarian problems in the province, aggravated by the debt peonage and land grabbing, which resulted in the eventual disappearance of small land holdings and homestead claims, and the consolidations of used haciendas and the rise of tenancy rate by the 1930s. The lack of capacity to provide for their basic needs made the peasants more vulnerable to the impact of hazards, making them more open to these abuses. And in many cases, as I argue in my thesis, the occurrence of huge typhoons, floods, and droughts, worsened by the frequent locust visits and bovine diseases, pressed farmers into impoverishment, weakening them and their social security and capacity. And one of the focal points of resistance against the Americans was also Nueva Ecija. So it's one of the center of guerrilla fight, guerrilla combat during that time. And it was also one of the centers of the operations of what the officials referred to as the bandits or tulisanes. So for example, you have Santa Iglesia or Felipe Salvador, etc., etc. Now, these ecological changes, meanwhile, claims McLennan, made Nueva Ecija more exposed to hazards. That is, it became more conducive to the breeding of locusts, hence the periodic locust infestation in the region. And with the disappearance of these forests, the rivers become engorged and flood-prone throughout the rainy season, while the land bakes in the sun during the dry months, according to McLennan. Moving forward, this paper's focus will include two particular hazards: storms and the floods that it induced, and of course the lack of rain, leading to drought. My original research covers the period between 1882 and 1920, but in the interest of this conference, I limited it to the beginning in 1898 to 1920, which is also a period of when rice monocropping developed in the province during that time. Now, as the ecological changes were happening, hazards were becoming part of the everyday lives of the Novo Ecejanos. I expounded on the claims of McLennan by listing the meteorological hazards in Nueva Ecija between 1880s and the early 1920s. But in the interest of time and to make it less tiresome to look at, I narrowed them down to the most remarkable and selected historic typhoons that affected Nueva Ecija, because like a very long list coming from the Weather Bureau reports. So you have cases from 1898, 1899, 1902, 1905, 08, 09, etc., etc. So these are huge typhoons. These typhoon incidents, which I corroborated with newspaper reports during the time, are strong typhoons that were considered by Father Miguel Selga as remarkable, almost comparable to what we categorize today as severe tropical storms and even super typhoons. So this list of course, does not include the occurrences of storm rains brought by the existence of cyclones in nearby regions, pulling up the southwest monsoon rains, which typically affects the eastern, central, and southern Luzon. And all the more, there are ordinary typhoons that are typical in the annual typhoon cycle, like what we experienced in the past couple of days. So this list could have been way longer if we include the regular ones. However, these are just what was happening in the atmospheric level, what I discussed, what I described. How the gust of wind, for example, and the downpour are being received on the ground are other aspects of the assessment. For instance, a relatively slow and weak typhoon might bring huge amount of rainfall within a specific period of time. And even a storm is relatively low, or even if a storm provides relatively low amount of rainfall, it might wreak havoc on the ground, depending, for example, on several factors, including silt deposits, waterway conditions, especially if there are hindrances to its movements, soil composition, and conditions, among other things. In short, even the quote-unquote average rain can lead to severe flooding, especially in the case of Nueva Ecija after the land use transformation in the 19th century. With major river streams, including Talavera River, which is called by authorities in some reports as Flood River, Rio Chico de la Pampanga, Rio Grande de la Pampanga, and with the conversion of swamps and mini lakes into rice paddies, the flows of water were restrained, leading to the frequent flooding in the province. Examples to this are the intense inundation in July 1904 and in July and September of 1911. In his report to the Governor General in 1904, Acting Governor Crisipo Losedeco warns that owing to the velocity of the current of Rio Grande, it being safe to say that in very few years, one half of San Isidro, the capital of Nueva Ecija, will have fallen into the river unless some efficacious measures are taken to prevent these deplorable consequences of the constant inroads of the streams. Compounding to these problems were cases of drought, which are more difficult to index considering that they are highly localized, that affected, of course, also the everyday living of Novo Ecijanos at the turn of the century. I have an incomplete table of dry spells in the province based on the monthly rainfall bulletin of Manila Observatory and the Weather Bureau, but in the interest of time, again, I will mention the extraordinary examples here. While the province was still recovering from the devastation of the Filipino-American War, cases of rinderpest, cholera epidemics, it could not easily bounce back because of the drought that was observed between 1902 and 1903, leading to the decline of the production of rice by 75%, corn by 80%, tobacco by 70%, and sugar by 90%, all compared to the pre-revolution figures. Adding to this tribulation was the locust infestation in 1903 that almost led to a complete famine in the province. And a similar situation was also experienced in the latter part of 1911 and early 1912 when the province did not get 84 days of enough rainfall, and then again in 1917. So it was very frequent for a short period of time. Now, how did the colonial authorities respond? The confrontation against environmental extreme was intertwined with the agrarian issues and the locals and the regular production of crops. So the main focus was production. The main objective of these responses by colonial authorities, including the Americans and also the local officials, was the recovery of the yield or its improvement if possible. For instance, if one of the main effects of flooding in the region was the impairment of transportation and communication lines. Traveling to, from, and across the province was a recurring problem expressed by the Americans. As early as the Filipino-American War, in one account, the troops led by General Funston, who was trekking the province during the rainy season on a mule, ended up carrying the animals because of the difficulty of traversing the swollen rivers. William Freer, an American official, experienced the same problem. Quoted in Glick's book, the journey of some 150 miles took him 23 days using motor-launched army wagon and Filipino pony, forcing a score of swollen streams and battling several typhoons which brought floods and washed out what there were of existing roads. These problems, of course, persisted during the times of relative normalcy. In 1904, Provincial Governor Epifanio de los Santos, requested from the insular government the extension of telegraph lines, arguing that it is of imperious necessity to do this, owing to the enormous distance from one pueblo to another in this province, of so vast extent and of such impossible communication in the rainy season. It was not only communications between towns that were hampered, but also the movement of products, which was a huge problem if you are a rice-producing province during this time. Now, the repair and construction of major roads in the province, not only in the province, but also in several parts of the Philippines, significantly happened between 1911 and 1915, which was notably boosted by the banner projects of Governor William Cameron Forbes, who initiated an extensive project of transportation infrastructure improvements from 1909 to 1913. In addition to telegraph lines, there are also postal services. Of course, since then, transportation and communications in the province also expanded. Another technological improvement was introduced through the implementation of education policies. Louis Glick provides an interesting account of the development of the Muñoz School. This is called now as Central Luzon State University. Back then, it was called Muñoz School, eventually Central Luzon Agricultural School. Now, it started in 1904, but there are also other agricultural schools in other parts of the Philippines, like the Datu Piang Agricultural School in Cotabato. There's one in Negros. It's one of the main projects of the Education Bureau during that time. Muñoz was highly praised. described as one of the best schools in the Philippines. It trained the students, primarily those coming from the homesteader families, about the basics of the cultivation and farming technologies. So Muñoz School was highly praised by observers. And students coming from other provinces go to Nueva Ecija just to enroll in Muñoz. Two particular aspects were focused on by the Muñoz School. First one is irrigation and cooperatives. So they taught how to create an effective irrigation from one village to another. At the same time, they encouraged their students and their families to establish their own cooperatives. I will have to skip some parts, no? But this is not very uncommon in the Philippines. Cooperation in the Philippines is very much common, as already discussed by Professor Greg Bancroft in many of his works. And since majority of the migrants to Nueva Ecija were Ilocanos, they brought with them the system of zanjeras. These are cooperative irrigation. So this is not new to them, but it was expanded and sponsored by the Americans in order for it to prosper in the province. Now, I have to conclude, no? The result of these policies was a mixture of success and long-term misfire. It was successful because it attained its primary objective of protecting and improving the production in the province. The complete transition of Nueva Ecija into rice monocrop province saw its height in the early 1920s when it surpassed Pangasinan as the main rice-producing province in the country. These responses were also a great exhibition of American benevolence and American exceptionalism by invoking modernity through the use of technology, the roads. Sir Mike earlier mentioned the idea of roads as civilization, etc., etc. And of course, tutelage by providing the education system that was supposedly answering to the needs of the locals, corresponding to the imperial agenda of benevolent assimilation. Nueva Ecija, as a newly opened frontier, was a suitable place to employ these projects. However, it became apparent that these measures only answered to the needs of both the Americans, specifically with the encompassing role of the province, Nueva Ecija, in providing subsistence to highly commercialized area where cash crops were main products, and the emerging local elites. The colonial state did not interfere in the growing and emerging local elites during that time, and their influence of the influence of landowners who were also serving as the political gentry in the province, Gabaldon, Tino, Buencamino, Sideco, among others. So, as documented by William Walters, Benedict Kerkviet, the peasantry, as time went by, can no longer sustain a livable life, especially when tenancy was becoming more burdensome. Not even the rural credit cooperatives were proven to be effective. So, for example, as mentioned by Kerkviet, there were attempts by the peasants in San Ricardo to create a rural credit cooperative, but failed because of the excessive expenses that they needed for basic facilities. Their problems unsolved and eventually by the 1930s radicalized. Many farmers in San Ricardo subsequently joined some peasant unions, which were important precedent for the guerrilla resistance force against the Japanese and the Hawk Rebellion. In short, because they were trying to focus on the expansion of rice production, the responses to disasters did not in any way try to solve the apparent root causes of vulnerabilities to disasters, particularly the swelling divide between the landed elite and the incapacity of the inhabitants to a decent life. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rebato. We have now time for questions from the audience. We may invite the speakers to sit here in front. Okay, the audience are invited to use our microphones. If you have any things you want to share or ask our panel. Okay, for those in the auditorium, please approach the microphone, give your name, and then ask your questions. And for those watching in YouTube, please enter your questions on the chat box.
Hi, Sir Diego. I'm David, and I have a question about the disaster relief by the colonial government. Did the American government do anything to actually look after the physical well-being of the people, such as shelters during typhoons or to help rebuild destroyed houses? Or was their focus completely economic and infrastructural?
Well, those are basic things that they usually did. So these are automatic response of any state, by the time. So they did that. They also provided, not only that, they also provided some sort of relief, given to assistance, cash assistance or rice assistance, but they're not significant. They're just, temporary relief to the affected population.
Can I ask one last question? Sir, were your sources in English or Spanish?
Some of them English, some of them Spanish. Herbert.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. We have another question from the audience.
Hello, good afternoon. I live nearby. I own an art conservation studio. I have Ateneo graduates working with me as OJTs. And then, so I was invited to this talk. First of all, I'd like to ask something about the forestry. I suppose everybody knows how important today is the weather and sustainability, climate change. I'm so well informed now because of this talk that it's been 100 years ago that the United States actually wanted us to preserve our forests, right? Even giving seedlings to plant. So meaning 100 years ago, we were given seedlings already so that these trees could be 100 years old now and probably full grown. May I know, sir, which areas were these planted? Because again, we have issues with, we don't have virgin forests and they're disappearing. It's not just here, but also in lots of areas in Southeast Asia, like Indonesia. Our countries will be surely suffering, but this movement of tree planting is so important. May I?
I think for a start, we have to sort of reconsider what we mean by conservation in this concept, because yes, the Americans were concerned about maintaining the forest, and one could interpret that as conservation in one sense. But in a sense, of course, they're only conserving it to exploit it more effectively. Their concern is actually making the best use of the environment, not actually in preserving the environment per se. So the first director of, not the first director of forestry, but the man who is considered as the father of American forestry, Guilford Pinchot, comes here to set up the forestry department. And his concept was called utilitarian conservation, and that's exactly what he meant by it, is actually getting the most value of it, not actually in any sense conserving the environment for its ecological effects or for its any idea of beauty or aesthetics. But you already by the late 19th century, you're getting Spanish reports of the extent of deforestation causing desiccation of landscapes, stream water levels becoming lower, and so it's not anything new. And the Americans, I mean, yes, they do experiment, and they do set up forestry stations and experimental stations, especially in Bataan, to try and increase the production and the regrowth of forests. But it's all about getting the best value out of it.
Oh, okay.
It's about making money out of it, not actually in any sense preserving it per se.
Okay, so I understand your side, that in time, as we all progressed and changed and noticed how our climate has worsened as each day, the values and the reason why they do this and these policies is also changing, right? Right. Is that what you mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think,
right?
I mean, very much, that's why I was querying the term conservation, because I think if we use that term, we have a modern interpretation of what it means, and it certainly is not what it meant in the early 1900s.
But still, it is quite a benevolent act to instill seedling plants being spread all over the country and our teachers to plant them. That was a great initiative.
Again, it depends how you consider that. If you consider it benevolent to actually get more money out of it in the long term, yes, it is. I don't know. I think it's a question we could debate for a long time.
Okay. Finally, can I have a copy of the talk about Nueva Ecija?
It's available in YouTube. All of our presentations are available in YouTube. Thank you very much for that question. And we'll have another one.
Hello, good afternoon. My question is directed to you and to Brian. Thank you for raising the animal as part of your history-making agenda. And the usual framework, I guess, in writing a lot of the intersection between animals and science is that treating animals as a subject of science. And so let me rephrase the way that I will be asking this question. What or how did the animals actually teach? Okay, the scientists teach. Okay, how did the animals actually teach? What did they teach? As far as modern science, ecology, experimental medicine is concerned, and as far as the nature of science is involved. This will allow to challenge the way we kind of write the position of animals in modern science.
Thank you, Niccolo. Hopefully I can be heard. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The idea of studying animals in history, but also you're reframing it to consider agency with animals and how they can also affect things. On the negative side, and this doesn't really answer your question about what do they teach, but it's kind of interesting how Gambusia was introduced by Americans from parts of the United States to Hawaii and then to the rest of the world. But subsequently, I don't think Seal or Jordan or any of these other ichthyologists had any idea that Gambusia would become an even more prolific invader than human Americans. Gambusia, there's two main species of it, but between these two species, they're now on every continent of the world except Antarctica. And that's just amazing how they kill, they destroy, and kind of analogous to how humans do it. But with respect to the teaching part, the presentation was actually just a subheading of one of my thesis chapters. And one of the things that we also did to American ichthyology, so rather than American ichthyology just doing things to us, but what we did to them was we overloaded them with fishes. So the USFC Albatross was a research vessel that came to the Philippines in, I think, around 1907 and stayed here until around 1910. And it was the longest running scientific expedition that was just continuously going around. This is a misnomer a little bit because it actually would just stay in Manila, they would chill, and then they would go on another cruise and so on. So it wasn't like they were out on the field the whole time, but at the time they went back to the United States, the fishes from the Philippines represented around a third of the collections at the Smithsonian. And it took them around 20 to 40 years to actually catalog, describe, and name all of the species that they took from the Philippines. As a matter of fact, at some point, our fishes became called the Philippine problem at the Smithsonian because there was just too many of them. And they couldn't store them all. Some of them had already leaked the barrels that they were stored in. They misplaced a couple of these species. There was competition for who gets to study them and so on. And I think that would be the greater legacy of what our fishes taught the Americans. We probably had the first big collection of tropical fishes that American ichthyology studied.
Thank you very much for the question, sir. And sorry, it's force of habit. I'm very grateful for everything. So, well, uh, when I was writing this paper, I was actually struggling. Like, how will I frame the animal? Because I do acknowledge the historiographical problem. At times when we talk about medicine or diseases, it's often that we focus on the human aspect, right? How does it affect people? How do we respond to it? And at times, when you read these reports from the Bureau of Science, we tend to gloss over these animal experiments and, oh, let's just fast forward to the results. And my purpose in writing this paper is, wait, let's take a pause, look back, because they are important players in understanding not only the desire to look for what do you call this, a prophylaxis or a vaccine against a virus, but the experiments also allowed us to understand complex biological processes that we could not replicate on humans, again, for ethical reasons. So the immediate resort would be, let's experiment on animals. But as I wrote this paper, I guess another realization I came across is, as we study these animals, and I read the reports also from the Bureau of Science, you see them also starting to realize not only their vulnerability as humans, but also the need to be more humane in taking care or experimenting on these animals. And I guess that's always a challenge when we read scientific reports, because they are so neutral, they are so cold, it's hard to look for the human there, but it's there. And I guess that's an invitation for historians that these animals deserve time in the spotlight because they too have stories to tell. So thank you, sir.
Okay. Yes. No question. Oh, sorry. Are there any other questions? Anyone? Yes.
Rene Claveria from the Department of Environmental Science. I have two questions. One is for Dr. Greg. I have talked to a number of indigenous people from the Cordillera, the Igorots, and they confirmed to me that kaingin is more sustainable than traditional agriculture, where you use a lot of fertilizers and pesticides. Your comment on that? And the other question is to Sir Diego. It is actually a comment among environmental scientists that monoculture in agriculture is bad agriculture. Can you comment as well?
So I thought you were going to ask your daughter a question, and she was quaking in the chair beside me. No, I think, again, we're talking about the present, and I'm talking about 140 years ago. And I wouldn't care to comment on whether kaingin practices within agriculture is sustainable nowadays. But given, as we saw, the population density in 1900 was 7.5 million, it certainly was a sustainable practice in those days in terms of its land use. I mean, there was enough fallow time for land to recover or to be used again. So I think, again, it's what we're using contemporary concepts and then applying them to the past, and it's difficult. I mean, again, I would question the word sustainable is something that what we consider sustainable now and what was considered, well, it wasn't considered sustainable in the 1900s. People didn't use the term, as far as I'm aware. But it's very difficult sometimes to use a modern concept and look at the past through it, because it carries so much baggage in terms of cultural interpretations and such.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, there are already, well, coming from the viewpoint of history, there are already established studies on how monocropping not only affected the environment, but also how it affected human relations and how it, for example, limits the production not only for the area that practices monocropping, but also the subsistence of its neighboring localities. So it's really, really bad, especially in the 19th century when supplies were really, really limited, especially for the entire Philippines.
Okay, all right, okay.
Are we can I ask a question? Am I allowed to ask a question?
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question back to the audience and actually to all the speakers as well. Because, I mean, we've been talking about modernization all day in one form or another. And the immediate question that it keeps on occurring to me, is there anything special about the American colonization rather than modernization? Because the modernization was going on everywhere at the same time. But what is it? What was it, or is there something that was uniquely American in the modernization process that happened in the Philippines and elsewhere in its colonies too? I wonder. I don't know. I mean, I would find that a very interesting question to discuss.
And any of our speakers want? I can't answer you. The few can answer.
Answer that?
I guess I'd comment because there were also some things that they weren't really questions, but certain things that occurred to me listening to the different panels. Because one of the things, as you mentioned, seemed to be this modernization, the introduction of all of these technologies. But at the same time, a recurring question also that was raised in various forms was, who were these really serving at the end of the day? In some ways, it would trickle down to other people, but who was the primary interest group? And I remember Dr. Mike Pante earlier saying that the introduction of all of these motorized transportation was, I'm quoting from his presentation, due to what was seen as the inadequacy of motor transportation in Manila when the Americans arrived. But immediately in my head was the comment that it was inadequate for whom, and what were their particular needs at that time that they felt the need to motorize the transportation versus the local populations of Manila at that same point in time who, I don't know, maybe felt this is quite fine, we can make do with this. Where were they in a hurry to get to? And what for? So I think it's not really an answer to your question, I guess, but it's just taking time to think about that question of who were all of these things serving primarily at the end of the day. And maybe to comment also on your presentation, because on one hand, you mentioned the Bureau of Forestry controlling indigenous activities when it came to the use of fire in the forests. But how did this relate also to the deforestation that was taking place to extract this huge logs and timber for export for their own interest? So because this was to some extent quite contradictory also, how much of the deforestation was caused by that versus local use.
But it isn't actually, so because the reason why they wanted to ban certain agricultural practices, because it was wasteful. They saw it as wasteful, not because they're trying to conserve the forest. This is going back to the question the First Lady asked.
Yes, I guess I was, what I meant was the way that the local people used it versus them seeing it for their own purposes. So we have to conserve this so that we can use it for this.
Okay. I think Brian Paul Hiron is raising his hand, so all the way from there. So it's nice, Brian, to see you again. So please speak.
Thank you, Neville Manawis. I think one of the things that I guess you could call different about the American Empire, especially in comparison to the Spanish colonial period, was science. There is this idea in Philippine historiography where everything is subsumed under empire, And one of the arguments I make in my thesis is the relationship between empire and science isn't always in the direction of empire being the dominant of these two, but rather, for instance, in the Philippines, if you look at the late 19th century, you would find American scientists, specifically from the University of Michigan, coming to the Philippines prior to any imperial interest in the Philippines. As a matter of fact, this was a period when the Americans were doing away with the idea of acquiring more territories. So you have Steer. Worcester himself was an explorer scientist before he became a colonial bureaucrat. And if you look at the way Worcester, being the most dominant, I guess, political or bureaucratic figure in the early American period in the Philippines, tried to ground the idea of American benevolence, he was very explicit about science being the cornerstone of the colonial government, that this would be a scientific government. And I think that one of the arguments I also put forth in my thesis is the idea that the scientific bureaucracy in the Philippines kind of drank the Kool-Aid. They actually believed in benevolence. You talk about benevolence being spun by political interests, but in the case of the Bureau of Science, you have Freer, who put his career at the University of Michigan on hold initially, but then eventually went on to just stay in the Philippines, and he died here in the Philippines. He just never went home. You have Seal and Hare, and these were very idealistic scientists who really kind of went their own way and frequently actually came into conflict with the insular government in terms of the interests of science versus empire. And I guess the sad conclusion there is that eventually they found that science doesn't get money unless it produces money. And yeah, I think they were locked out eventually of any controlling interest in the insular government.
Okay, thank you, Brian. I think we have last question before we wrap things up.
Not more of a question, but actually answer. Or please, I think more questions than answers on what distinguishes the American brand of empire or American brand modernization. Begin with, if Brian would be suggesting about, it's largely partly because the introduction of modern science, then we have to start asking, like, what is science? At this, how do we define science at this stage? Especially in the Philippines we're in, knowledge production is actually as diverse as, it's not enclosed in rigid frameworks of universities, but also of that, in practice. And this is something that I think have challenged as far as other material, other historiographies of science and empire. I don't have a direct answer, largely because of how education has formed and how it actually towards technologies, how we have adored, modern technology as an evidence of science, of the participation towards modern science, but by also neglecting a lot of the fundamentals in our own environment, in our own health, in the process, then who is this modern science actually serving? And I think we can see and we can triangulate, for instance, how do other empires within this time period, for example, the British in Hong Kong or the British in Singapore, vis-a-vis the British also in India, can they be considered as having a unique brand of empire as well, or the French in China? To answer that question, I guess what constitutes the American brand of modernization would entail redefining the very term modernization itself, what knowledge processes were actually constitute modernization. Just a thought.
Okay.
But the first thing that comes out of my brain right now is basically the Hollywoodization of the way they actually colonized. If we looked at the way they used Hollywood soft power propaganda, that I would always have to say, if we use the word, what we need to use, I mean, a contemporary word, their branding is very, very clear wherever they go. This is the way Americans do democracy, and they actually utilized very well that in their brands, whether it's Hollywood, it's magazines, it's media, it's propaganda, and it's even in the things that you talked about. It's in the way Bureau of Forestry actually does their propaganda. It's very American. So I think that could be upright. I mean, the way they looked at science, the way they looked at transportation, the way they actually, it's not just looking at it and handling it and managing it, but showing it. There's always a brand. And I think that's the thing that until now is actually very strong. That's that American brand. That until now, because I would always remember some of my peers from Europe, when they come here, they would always say, this is such an American country. And then I ask them, how do you say that? Look at your ads. Look at everything that you see, even the way you talk, even the way you bring yourself. It's not European at all, it's American. So I think that would be one of the possibilities that can be actually pointed to as the difference between that American experience, not just because it's modern, but what did they bring in as theirs. And it's also, when you think about it, I think of when they went to Japan, it's the same thing. They brought all of these sensibilities in. So that's just my 2 cents worth.
Okay. That's it. So our favorite part. Let's give our speakers a round of applause. Okay, we can continue this discussion after we close today's panel. You're all invited to the next series of conference on September 24, Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. at this the fifth floor library, new building. The theme is Embedding Techniques Engineering and Empire, with a keynote address by Dr. Ambet Ocampo. Okay. On Monday afternoon, September 23, you are all invited to the special screening of the movie Colonial at the batch 83 room of the Rizal Library, second floor, new building, followed by an open forum with the film's director Alvin Yapan. After the film screening on the 23rd as well, there will be a tour exhibition at the Special Collections building of the Rizal Library. For more information on the conference and to register, please go to the conference website. Again, thank you very much for everyone for attending here, and enjoy the rest of your day.